This is, excuse me. This is going to be something new. This is going to be along with a couple of other. Excuse me. I was hoping to get the throat catches and all of that handled before I went live. So there's a few new things that are happening here in addition to Against the Storm. Against the Storm is actually old news. We've covered this before. But for those of you who are regular viewers of the channel, you'll know that the there have been these weird little lags that have happened in the stream every once in a while. And so one of the ways that I'm trying to address that now is by using the Twitch broadcasting tool. So I am noticing that it does. Oop, I am noticing that it's sort of bumping around a little bit, but it's not giving me alerts about frame drops or slow frames. I don't know. So what I've noticed is that when I get a preview for it, it tends to be very choppy. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to identify any problems with the stream. And I think the other big thing is that all of the layouts that I had before have been adjusted. So this means subscriptions will be different. It also probably means that the what am I trying to say? The audio levels are going to be all over the place. Hey, Johnny. Oh God, why? Well, thank you very much for the sub. I guess looks like they're already giving me a few things, but man, I do not want to have chat on the screen. Thank you very much for helping me test this. But yeah, let's get that chat right out of there. What the hell? It doesn't let me delete the chat? There we go. The other thing I'm not too fond about for it is I like that it gives me an activity feed, but it's larger than the chat. So, I mean, it's not a bad little app. And I've noticed that the encoder FPS hasn't been jumping around as much as some of the others. The only other thing that I'm not crazy about is, yeah, like I said, I'd like to see more chat if I can, and it doesn't seem to let me. Um, doesn't seem to let me resize these windows at all. But I also don't want to spend that much time. Um, oh, get a little more luck here. There we go. But anyways, Johnny, thank you very much for resubscribing. I've been a sad sack the last little while. One of the big reasons for doing this, and I apologize for those of you who are watching Against the Storm for on YouTube or something like that. It's a chance for me to catch up with Johnny Big Time, who's a streamer I'm really fond of. I don't know if you want a big shout out because I think you're the only person here. We're matching my the viewership numbers of my all time favorite streamer. But yeah, um, I will confess the main reason for not wanting to broadcast right away was my kind of had my catches in my throat and just I don't like clearing my throat into the broadcast all that much. Um, but it feels like this whole week has been spent trying to deal with quality issues for the stream, and the only thing I've been hearing in chat, it feels like, are the quality issue thing, and that is very very tough to keep a positive attitude when it feels like the whole week has been spent on streaming stuff, and the end result is just to hear um, how it's going wrong. So I am hoping one of the big appeals for Against the Storm is that it, despite the fact that it can be a challenging game, it does have a really nice atmosphere, and I'm hoping that will calm me down a bit. But excuse me, because Johnny tells it like it is, and because he basically can do he can do no wrong. If you happen to notice any like little stutters, or if the volume is completely out of whack, you can let me know. I'm sorry to turn you into my guinea pig, but I got nobody else. I also see that I have a message from you, so let me. No, I guess I don't have a message from you. Fine. All right. I'm going to shut up and let's see how Against the Storm works. And then we can talk a little bit about the game. Oh, that's a nice zippy little response to the game. Now, when I take a look at the app, it's completely frozen. When I take a look at the game, it's completely fine. And it makes me wonder whether or not chat's even enabled. Oh god, yeah. It's completely frozen as far as the Twitch stuff is concerned. So I'm going to take a quick second here to take a peek at the broadcast on my side. Rain looks smooth? Okay. And that's interesting. So I could see your one chat message in I can see your one chat message through my mobile app, but I don't see. I'm getting like one of your messages on my Twitch phone app, and then the other one on the monitor. So I saw one that says rain looks fine. Then I look over to my monitor, and I see you say, "I see it fine." Tremendous. Okay, that didn't show up on the chat. Okay, so it looks like I don't have chat in the Twitch, the Twitch app. Oh wait, no, you're coming through, just very, very slowly. Okay, so it looks like for one reason or another, the video is just getting, or like my ability to see the chat has just been demolished by this by me running the game. Now, interestingly enough, I can't actually see the. Oh no, yes I can. Okay, so it looks like the stream's going fine, but it does feel like I'm gonna have a challenge interacting with chat. So let's see if there's maybe a. Oh, okay. It is showing up. It's actually showing up as an overlay on my game, so I wonder. Sorry, just give me a second here. I'm wondering if I can just get rid of that overlay and it will improve things for interactivity. Okay, stream settings. Yeah, turn that right off. Okay, I'm gonna just try something in chat real quick. Okay, so I could send something in chat, but it's not showing up in the Twitch app. So, I have got Plan B. Yeah, okay, so the response is, I do get to see chat, it just takes way too long, so, there's an easy fix to that. Read me in 30 seconds. I think that one I was probably a little more responsive on. Now, there used to be an option to pop out chat on its own on Twitch. They probably removed it because it was helpful. Okay, I'm going to try sending a message one more time. Okay, sorry, there's going to be one more that I do. Okay, now that I'm in game, I suspect... Thank you for using the sanctioned emotes. Okay, cool. So I've got something resembling a workaround for the lag present in the Twitch app. And please, so I am not able to see any of the game to voice volume or anything like that. I'm probably going to need to work this out. But if there aren't those little micro stutters like before, this works better for me, in my opinion. So feel free to let me know if the game to voice volume or anything like that is messed up. I'm going to move forward assuming that everything is fine, and then we can, I don't know, we'll work out any of the problems as they go by. But let me talk about Against the Storm. So this is a game published by Hooded Horse, and they did give me a key for promotional purposes, so thank you very much to Eremite Games and Hooded Horse for the key. This is kind of a roguelike city builder, I think, is the sort of the ad copy, and it's been a little while since we've played this last. Unfortunately, the way that I do broadcasting, Mondays are sort of a dedicated Hooded Horse day, but there's been a lot of demand for Terra Invicta lately, and I'm very happy to do Terra Invicta. But it does come at the cost that I can't necessarily do some of the other things that I would like at the same time. Just gonna take a sip of coffee. So, while I tried to do Cyberpunk, I'm not sure there was quite the appetite for it at the time, and so Fridays have kind of become, I guess, Hooded Horse Day number 2. And like I said, I've been feeling a little gloomy about the overall state of the stream and such, so I'm actually delighted to be able to jump back into this game, which is a very relaxing atmosphere, even though it can be tough as nails. So, I'm still at a point, I think we've lost 2 campaigns lately, and this is mostly just because I've been trying to go to the higher difficulties, and I actually prefer that approach. I think if I only go for challenges that are easy for me to... How tough are nails, really? I mean, they can take a pounding, right? But I don't know, I feel like I want to try and challenge myself with some of the expeditions that I go on, but it may make some sense to sort of roll back a little bit so I don't sort of keep stacking up the failures one after the other. But we'll take a look. It's probably better to just jump in and see how this all goes. The lag is starting to sort of fall away. So this is the kind of the overworld. One of the resources that you basically, there's a resource management component to this. So there's the Smoldering City. For those of you that have read the 3-body problem, this actually reminds me a lot of the 3-body problem. But in any case, the idea here is that you spend time, you build your cities, and essentially you're preparing for sort of a cataclysm that will arrive, and then everything sort of gets scoured away except the Smoldering City. I haven't actually gone through a full cycle outside of the tutorial, so we'll kind of be finding out how that works. But at the moment, what we've been focusing on is sort of establishing new cities, and we've sort of failed the last couple of times, again, because I've gone for a higher difficulty. But one of the things that I've been focusing on here is to pick locations, sometimes with different biomes, but most importantly, ones that are not overlapping existing cities, so that I can get the basically so that I can maximize the return in terms of the bread. So we'll follow the same logic here. I could go here or here. Or actually, I think I said I was going to try the marshlands. And this is because we might be able to see what's in those question marks. So we'll pick this location now. So Viceroy is the hardest difficulty. If I knock it back to Veteran, I think it tells us we get 77 versus 63. I think we'll do Veteran instead of Viceroy this time. Okay, We get 3 points for embarkation, and we get to pick either all harpies or humans and lizards. Now, I do tend to like diversity in terms of my starts, so let's pick the humans and lizards. One thing that would be kind of helpful is if it said what the humans and lizards wanted. I should know this at this point, but again, it's been a little while. I believe the lizards so meat and eggs will help. I think the humans are probably going to be a little more inclined towards food, or to vegetables rather. I think we'll settle for these. Okay, the marshlands, a harsh and cold land that has been claimed by many different and extremely resilient species of fungi. The ground here is extremely hard and rocky, making it difficult to farm. However, it is also famous for its abundant fauna and insects. So this actually gives if it's difficult to farm, this tells me that the humans may be a little bit less useful to me in the next little while. For the simple reason that the like if one of their good skills is farming, and so again, if there are fewer opportunities for farms, it just means that the advantages that I might be able to get from that skill will be lower. But I've also found that when we run into statements like that, we do still find some farms. So I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. Modifiers, I guess we'll find out. Gathering knowledge. The marshlands are a gatherer's paradise. Gathering speed is increased by 10% for every 2 workers assigned to gathering camps. And giant organisms. The marshlands are home to enormous life forms. Giant resource nodes can be found in forbidden glades. Each glade will have a different one. So trees can produce wood, mushrooms, and leather. And then the natural resources: eggs, stone, mushrooms, meat, grain, clay, insects, roots, coal, and copper ore. Not sure that's any different from any of these others. But like I said, we're not going to go on to Viceroy just because I do want to try and get at least one win in before I go back to the tough stuff. So we will embark and see how it all goes. Okay, so Forest Mysteries. Untapped wealth. Gatherers have a 50% chance of collecting additional resources when harvesting resource nodes. This is during drizzle. As the hostility goes up, looming darkness, a rampaging storm stifles the spirit of all living creatures. An additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level. So global resolve goes down by 4, and this accelerates over time. Creeping shadows. Now, we have harpies, which I wasn't expecting. Creeping shadows. Discovering a glade during the storm will decrease global resolve by -10 for 3 minutes. I want to make sure that I'm not doing discovery during the storm. Horrors from beneath. Forest mystery. Strange voices call out from the depths. Villagers working in mines get -10 to resolve during the storm. Death and decay. So this is from hostility 4. This damp and rotting landscape is the perfect breeding ground for sickness. Villagers dying during the storm instantly turn into living matter. Not sure what that means, to be honest. That doesn't really tell me that much. And nauseous spores. A sickening smell is in the air. Villagers need something to help them focus. So during the storm, once we hit hostility 5, villagers with this effect take 200% longer breaks. To prevent it, fulfill the following needs. Services 1. Okay, so honestly, this is not the worst set of forest mysteries that we can be dealing with, although I will want to be careful. I should mention, by the way, the reason for the title, Life Imitates Art. There's a winter storm going on right now, and I very stupidly went out to get groceries in it. So this is one of the reasons why I'm focusing on my coffee, because my hands are really, really cold. I mean, they can't all be He-Man door salesmen, right, Johnny? Sorry, door assessors. Why is the door so expensive? I never got an answer. Okay. So, usually... Actually, sorry, I'm going to take a quick peek at something for myself. This is just another little diagnostic. pretty smooth. Okay, so let's start by taking a look at what makes everybody happy. So humans like being sheltered, they like having human housing, jerky, biscuits, pies, clothing, leisure, and religion. Jerky, skewers, pies, pickled goods, brawling, and religion. Everybody likes jerky. Okay. There are also jobs, so you can get descriptions of it. Jerky and biscuits. But if you want, I can make jerky biscuits for you. All right, so humans, an adaptable species, but very susceptible to rain. Humans are adept at farming and enjoy brewing. Lizards. Lizards are a very resilient and distrustful species. They are very good with animals and meat production and prefer to work in warm environments due to their cold-blooded nature. Harpies. Harpies are a noble and fragile species, yet with a primal aggressive side. They excel at alchemy and love to work with cloth. So for those of you that are not familiar with this game, there's two components to it. So one is the kind of the city builder. But in the end, your goal here is to sort of establish a viable little outpost, which will eventually become a city. And so one of the first things that you can do is set up some logging camps to chop down trees. And what that's going to do is you're going to start unlocking some glades. Now, this is a pretty tricky spot for me to start in because we're surrounded by dangerous, and I think there's also a forbidden somewhere here. No, it looks like they're all just dangerous. There's the forbidden. So normally you don't go for the dangerous glades right away. They can have negative effects that can really harm you. But in this case, I don't really think we have that much of an option. So what we're going to do here, let's start by choosing some buildings. Queen's Envoy. Okay, so the bakery is good for biscuits and pies. It's not perfect for these things. The other temptation is the rain mill because we can get flour. Now, the one drawback here is we don't know where we're going to be getting the grain from, but it is a better specialized building. So I think I am actually going to go for the rain mill. We've got an herb garden, forager's camp, herbalist's camp, or a cookhouse. So again, the cookhouse is not a bad little, not a bad sort of generic building. It's a really tough call here. I think I will take the cookhouse. Lumber mill is very tempting here. Okay. But the first priority is going to be to get these camps down. So let's start with a woodcutter's camp. I normally start with 2. You are limited in terms of resources, in terms of how many you can build. And it looks like there's really only one way for me to get to... there's really only one way for me to get into the glade here. So we will start by chopping that down. And honestly, I think I need to just go straight to a dangerous glade. I realize it's a dangerous call at the start. But we're not really going to be able to make any progress if we don't chop down some trees. So I'm just going to acknowledge that this is a risky move, but the circumstances have sort of forced it on us. So now, one thing that I'm going to want to do as well is get all the housing down. So we've got 4 humans, 4 lizards, and 2 harpies. So that's a total of 10 people who need housing. The shelter will accommodate 3, so essentially we need 4. One of the things I like to do as well is just put down paths around kind of the main buildings. Okay, with all that in mind, let's get some shelters down. It looks like I'm not going to have enough to be able to... I'm not going to be able to kind of cover everything, so we'll put 1, 2... We can do this. 3, 4. Just build roads around, and maybe we'll put some decorations down. I think if we put, what was it? 4 comfort decorations. this gets upgraded. So we can actually probably do that now. We'll benches, and then we'll put some decorative barrels. Okay. And while I'm at it, we should be able to gather. So the game will help you out if you need. So we've got a snake nest which will produce eggs for us. So as long as we have a harvester's camp, which we do. One other thing that's nice too is if you go. Oh, am I getting this wrong? Trapper's camp. There we go. So if you need the resources, it will actually direct you on the screen. So in this case, we're going to put down a couple of trappers' camps as well. Finally, I should be covering the... Okay, that's a lot of construction that's going on at the moment, but yeah, I probably should have made sure that the woodcutter camps. Let's get those. Even the shelter is not as high of a priority. Now, normally beavers are good at logging, but we don't have any, so I'm going to assign the humans to the logging. My priority is going to be to take care of the not dangerous glades first, but obviously we're going to have to take something. All right, now it's complaining about no building materials. I'm fine with that because it's really just looking for wood. I believe we should still have enough parts. So in this case here, we're really just waiting on the woodcutters to do their thing. And they'll work it out over time. It's not a big deal to worry about the decorations and such. They'll kind of take care of themselves on their own. My big priority right now is just to start chopping down trees and clearing out what we need. Eventually for housing, I'm going to want to make sure that only houses are sort of in this, in this region. And one of the things that I try to do with the logging camps, once we've got access to the buildings that we need, once we've gotten access to the glades and that, is to start clearing out more of the territory, because you have to have your buildings within range of the ancient hearth. But we got a few things going on here. So, the Queen's Envoy. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundations for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. We can get Secure Trail. Royal Stormwalkers secured the trail to your settlement. Newcomers will arrive 25% quicker. Meat specialization. You've managed to enlist some excellent hunters. Meat production increases by +1 every 25 times it's produced. Or a blood price contract, a shady but lucrative deal. Gain 10 amber every time a villager dies or leaves. Let's try and get more people. And orders. Okay, so they want a pack of crops or... Okay, shelters is a considerably easier job to fulfill, and we get newcomers. Ooh, simple tools is a tough one. Okay, so value of goods. So, nope, we can definitely achieve this one. And again, we get newcomers from that. Finally, lizard resolve up to 13, but we don't get... Oh no, we do get 2 lizards, or we can get newcomers. Complete 2 glade events and building materials. So this one's going to be a hard one for me to achieve, but I'll make this a stretch goal. Do you need builders to construct, or do they build themselves automatically? Well, it's actually, you can answer that with a yes, Vanguard Master. Essentially, if you do not assign someone to building, they will, so you can see here, it calls free workers builders. So they're automatically going to go build things if they haven't been assigned to do anything else. But of course, this is assuming that they have the building materials. So this is why I prioritize the woodcutters camps first, because the woodcutter camps are going to be chopping down the wood and getting everything taken care of. Generally, though, if you have a lot of free builders running around, it means something's gone wrong. I should maybe explain a little bit about how the game works. So there's the Queen's Impatience. If you max out the Queen's Impatience, game over. And it does increase over time, although there's actions you can do that will reduce it. And then if you get your reputation to the max, you win, basically. You've established your city. Now, there's two big ways that you can boost your reputation. One is by fulfilling those orders that I just showed. The other one is by keeping the resolve quite high. You can see here that humans have got a little blue bar fairly high on their list, lizards and harpies a bit lower. So once you pass that blue line by satisfying people's needs, you're actually going to get this ticking reputation. It's a little bit like the Queen's Impatience. Now, it's not the easiest thing in the world. In fact, people get accustomed to luxuries. So, for instance, I'm establishing shelter right now. If people start eating like a lot of jerky, eventually that'll just become standard, and they won't necessarily be all that excited about the fact that I'm providing it. So what I want to do is not just make sure that I'm satisfying these demands, but that I'm consistently meeting them, and then also sort of expanding. And this is one of the big challenges, because you don't necessarily get every building you need. You get the buildings when you hit these little blue diamonds. You get the blueprints. So sometimes trade is another thing that will help you do some of those tasks. But again, it's... you do what you can, right? Actually, I wanted to double check. It was building materials we needed. So I'm also going to put down a trading post. Actually, we don't have the materials for it, so. Yeah, if you don't assign anybody to the building, then it's just not going to do anything. If you assign more than one, then they're gonna work it quicker. Now, one of the things that's kind of neat about this is the more of the, you'll notice here, right, the hostility. We've got 6 woodcutters, so chopping down woods increases the hostility of the forest, which is a neat idea. Right now, we're just going to let them do their thing. I'm kind of hoping that they get to this rather than the dangerous glade, but if we wind up with a dangerous glade, I mean, life's full of disappointments, right? I may wind up moving the woodcutter camp right away once we clear this out. It offers me a little bit by being able to chop this down, but I think moving into the next glade is probably the better call. Okay, so, we unlocked both. So when you get a regular glade, in this case we found grasscap mushrooms and a leech broodmother. So there are the mushrooms. I'm not sure about the... Oh, here it is. That'll be a source of meat for me. If you're ever confused about what building you need for it, you can mouse over, and it says here with a small trapper's camp or a trapper's camp, and then you can also highlight it here. So essentially the same building that we're building here. Now, the dangerous glade. This is a very, very different kind of glade. So there was no event in this one, which is a little bit of a disappointment. This one does have an event, and there's actually, it can be quite challenging. So, Hidden Traitor Cemetery, a cemetery full of traitors killed by desperate viceroys. What drove them to commit such a heinous crime? Was it out of greed or necessity? So in 10 minutes, if I don't satisfy this mission, so modifier tit for tat, a quick cover-up of this crime will prevent any serious consequences. Otherwise, the Merchant Guild will retaliate. All of your goods are worth 50% less to traders, That's particularly damaging given my value of goods sold objective, and cleanup duty 1 impatience point, so we become 1 point closer to losing if we fail. So we need to put goods in. Now we don't have. We could give up some of the coal, which is very scary, to be honest. But I suppose the question is, do I feel like I could get planks in time? Got the woodcutter's camp already. So the question is, could I get bricks? Bricks come from clay, and I don't have a source of clay. So yeah, I've got 18 coal, and again, this is what's keeping my fire going. But to be honest, I don't like this idea of getting hit by the threat. So as much as it pains me, we're going to have to give up pretty much all of our coal. Finally, Whispering Tombs, some secrets are better left untold. Get 40 hostility every 60 seconds. It is active only when the corresponding glade event is being worked on. So we'll assign the harpies to the job. We're going to send it to the Citadel for 20 amber and 1 point of the Queen's Grace. And like I said, this is really tough to deal with, but I kind of have to take the hit because I'm not going to have anything else in 10 minutes. So we will investigate it, and again, we want them to do it quickly. All right. In the meantime, let's move the woodcutter's camp to somewhere a little bit more in line with the job. Yeah, so that warning about low on fuel shouldn't be a surprise. Okay, in the meantime, let's, so we've got this area here. This is eventually going to become sort of our living space. So I don't mind my woodcutters just sort of chopping that down for a while. Now, the medium abandoned cache is going to be helpful. We don't currently have simple tools, but if we can trade for them, that's also going to be another source of sort of reputation. So generally, I've found that these are pretty helpful. Oh, and there's a stone deposit here, so that might help me out with the bricks. Let's just wait for the trapper's caps to get built before we go too far. Okay, we've fulfilled the need for shelter, and this gives me a new... Okay, so I'd prefer the small farm, but we haven't actually found any fertile ground, so the question is, can we get something better? Forager's camp... Brickyard will get me better bricks. I think I'm going to go for the brickyard for a start. Okay, and I'll put down this stonecutter's camp for start. As you can see, the hostility is just cranking up while they're working on this thing. Once we finish the construction that we had in mind, I'm going to work on. I'm going to kind of put down the trading posts and the other things that we need sort of to establish ourselves in the region. But right now, I'm just trying to get those initial moves taken care of. So first trapper is getting set up. I don't have that many free people. Okay. I'm going to put one human here. The reason why I'm not putting more is because I still need someone to build. So even though we can't build the Stonecutter's camp yet, I at least want that to be... I want that to be sort of an option. And we've got 2 minutes left on the... Okay, looks like we're out of coal. Alright, what are we looking at here? So we've got a small encampment. So we can give them vegetables, meat, mushrooms. I think probably... Well, eggs are probably... 15% chance that we get mushrooms from the woods. It's definitely not vegetables because we don't really have a way of growing any of those, but we do have lots of eggs in the area, so I think I am actually going to feed them eggs. Now we can send it to the Citadel for 10, or we can welcome the new people. Generally, I like having more people. Now, I don't really have the workers for this yet, so we're going to leave the small encampment aside. But that is going to be an option that we take once this is done. So once the 1 minute and 40 seconds, we'll also have to take the amber. I believe they need to transfer that. So we'll just let this run. Again, it's not the end of the world that we're sort of taking our time now. It would be good to get another glade, but again, if you take a look, it's all forbidden stuff, so it's all stuff that's going to potentially be costly to me to explore. So what I'm going to do is, my secondary goal is to make sure that the we've got enough living space for everybody. So with that in mind, we're just going to paint the paint the regions that I want cleared. And we'll let the woodcutters deal with it. We also have the option of speeding things up, but generally I'm not smart enough to be able to play this game on a very, very fast-paced. Now, in terms of looking forward, right? So we've got people who are currently working on the eggs here, and we're basically doing that with 2 camps. Eventually, this is going to move to these large snake nests. This is going to be pretty good for collection for us. But again, I'm not in a rush to move outside of the main areas. However, once we do clear out some of these events here, this is going to be good to just sort of start setting up some of my industry. But like I said, our goal right now is to finish the Hidden Trader Cemetery so we can move on to this glade event here with the small encampment. And what we're waiting on right now is just sort of the collection of some more resources, namely the wood. And I need to remember, I believe, yes, we are able to use wood for the fire. Oh dear. Okay, so one is unhoused. I really don't have a good answer for how we're going to deal with the discontent. I think this is just a consequence of the fact that we have the looming darkness effect. Okay, well, there is one thing I can do, which is to build shelter for people. And I think we're just going to push through the. I think we're just going to push through the evening and hope for the best. Newcomers. So I can get more harpies, or I can get more lizards. I think we're probably better to. We're probably in better shape to have the lizard people. And we do have a new reputation, so we can go for... I could try re-rolling. It doesn't actually cost us anything this time around. Let's try. That didn't really get me what I need either. Let's go for the small farm. The hope is we'll find fertile ground, but that is a big hope. So once the resolve gets goes to the negatives, there's a timer that runs and may cause the... Oh, good. Okay, so the event finished and the hostility went back down. So we're actually in better shape than I thought. Now we get a penalty if we discover any glades during the storm. So fortunately, we're not kind of cutting our way to any of the glades. But that is one thing I'm going to want to keep in mind in future. What I do want to do, though, is get those 2 harpies... Wait a minute. We'll welcome new people first. Eventually, we'll get those 2 harpies working on something else. But, yeah, I forgot that we had new people, so... Okay, so everybody's sheltered now. We can put another body towards egg collection. Now what that means is I've currently got 4 people who are not employed doing activities, and I usually don't want that to be the case. So we'll get a couple of humans working on collecting stone. Another thing that I could do would be to assign even more people to chopping down wood, because we are going to need to unlock some more glades. Let's take a look and see what we've got for cornerstones. So, Smuggler's Visit. A shady character appears in your settlement. You can choose 1 blueprint from all unlocked blueprints. Interesting. Without restrictions, villagers have a 10% chance of receiving bonus yields from production, but consumption control is disabled. I actually don't mind that because I don't usually use consumption control. And then extraction tools, a set of specialized tools made to extract artifacts, gain 4 artifacts for every 2 completed dangerous or forbidden glades. I haven't really been able to get artifacts in any other way but this, so I am going to pick extraction tools. Okay, so I am eventually going to want to go onto some of these other glades. Let's maybe just see if there's something else I can set up industry-wise first, though. So let's go... I definitely want a trading post. So let's put that... That's a big one. Okay, we'll set you up here. And then I am going to get... I do want a lumber mill at some point. Well, I do need to build a crude workstation first. So if I want to be going to new locations, now would be the time for me to... Well, this is a relatively safe one. So maybe I'm going to move this woodcutter's camp. Again, it would be nice to have sort of the, you know, the extra space for housing and such, but we can start making some more progress. All right, we've got a trader. So remembering that we want to sell 15 goods worth of items. Now, if there's tools, that's the best for us, but it doesn't look like there are. So what's our next best bet? We can... We don't have fabric, so maybe what we do here is we trade... That's 15 worth, 15.6 specifically. And let's see if we can sell... I guess mushrooms are plentiful. Now, if there's something we could use for fuel, that would be even better. But I think we're out of luck. Yeah, I think we'll just do the straight trade. And that gives us booming economy. And we get another blueprint for that. Okay, cooperage will give us barrels, training gear, and cosmetics, scribes, scrolls, ale, and simple tools. Simple tools are good. Provisioner, we've already got a source for flour. Now we can spend 5 amber for a reroll. I don't like I actually don't like that idea, but... I really need to stop doing this because none of these are actually what I need. And I did just give up 5 amber for it. Let's go for the clan hall. We still need to find a source for the training materials. Now, I do need bricks for the... I need bricks for the lumber mill. Sorry, where is it? So, 2 bricks. So we're going to set a limit of 2. And we're going to use stone to construct that. We'll turn off fabric and planks, and then we'll put 2 harpies to work on that. So you can sort of see that there's a few different plans that we've kind of got going for us here. Number 1 is expansion. We want to find new resources. But number 2, we also want to think of reasonably intelligent ways to sort of achieve these different goals we've set for ourselves. And you'll notice that I've actually been working fairly hard on trying to move quite aggressively on boosting my reputation, because not only does it unlock more blueprints for me, which will make me more efficient at being able to achieve these goals, but it brings me closer to sort of winning the game. So let's pick an order. Looks like it's... Oof. I do need those tools. I think we have to hope to get the trade goods. Have at least 2 hubs upgraded to the encampment. Or grain. Let's try the grain. Both of these are going to be quite difficult to achieve. So, I think... Yeah, so each of these places we don't really have any of the goods that they want. So that doesn't really help us right now. This might be a short run for us. Okay, so I'm also going to pause for a second here because, one, I've got people who need a house. So there are 1, 2, 3, so we just need 1 shelter. Let's also think... So in terms of idle people, we've got 6 people who are not currently doing anything. And it looks like these folks have sort of chopped their way through everything that's in their way. So I think the best bet here is to move them down, and this will be... The dangerous glade here is going to be our next target. So... them in place. I am going to make a beeline to the dangerous glade first. Again, we're not necessarily in a good place to be able to deal with a challenge like that, but I don't think we have a lot of options. I think we kind of want to... I think we want to try and, again, try and expand as aggressively as we can. Now, as far as production is concerned, we've got somebody working on the crude workstation now. Now, eventually we're going to produce... we're going to produce the lumber mill. So I guess I can set that up here. Probably should have done that before I took down the road, but... Okay, so that's going to be... I can't remember, it's 2 or 3. That gives us the pack of trade goods, but I'm looking for a pack of building materials, and I believe we can build a provisioner. I think that's one of the starting... Yeah, sorry, makeshift post. So this is not a very efficient way of creating the goods that I need, but we're not as worried about efficiency right now. We're more worried about achieving things, because we just need 3 packs of building materials. And I suppose now 10 packs of trade goods, but... Building materials aren't too difficult, given that we're going to be building the lumber mill. Wait, I did put down the... Oh, right, yeah, there it is. So, obviously the hope in the Dangerous Glade is that we don't have to give up something precious for it. We never know until the event hits, of course. Now, we're looking for a pack of building materials right now. We could use fabric, but fabric is not something we can currently build, so I am going to focus on planks. And... Oop. So we just need 3 of those. Then trade goods, which we don't have in this building, so we're going to have to think of another way to get trade goods. So again, we're not actually going to be able to fulfill this for a while. One other reason why I want to be somewhat aggressive in pursuing the glades is on the odd chance that there is fertile ground, it would be nice to find that as soon as I can so that I can start making flour and eventually biscuits. Again, I'm not expecting to find that, but in case we get it, it would be good to know and just be able to handle it. Now, if it turns out that, so if the storm is on its way, you can always see that by how the blue circle is filling, and the sounds will also tell you as well. You start hearing the thunder in the background. If I get the indication that the storm is about to come, what we do is we clear out we make it so that we can't get to these glades, and then we just wait until the next drizzle to handle the event. We'll see. I'm not 100% sure. There is a way that you can hit... so it says... in this case, it says hold shift for the smaller markers, so you can get something that looks like that. I don't normally use it just because there is an advantage... generally in these sorts of areas, because this is pretty much entirely covered by the ancient hearth, I actually think it makes as much sense to just, clear... we want all this stuff cleared out anyway, because we're going to be building shelters. But I tend to notice, everyone on the internet loves to tell you how to do things, right? So I sort of feel the need to explain. I am doing this by design in terms of chopping down a wide range. Okay, so it says here, small trapper's camp has no deposits nearby. So if I want, I can take care of these eggs or this leech brood mother. Alternatively, I can move it down into this little region here. I think I'm going to move it here just because there's so much more available. And this is kind of turning into a little bit of an industrial hub for us. So we'll move the trapper in place. It has access to basically everything. This is slightly better. And I'll build... It's definitely a weird way to do a path, but we're not paying any resources for it, so... Now again, these are all basic goods, so they're not really... I mean, they'll people aren't going to be starving, but what I'm looking for is to be able to make like jerky and skewers and biscuits and things like that. So this is going to involve creating things like the cookhouse. There's a couple of others that I'll want to eventually build. I should probably put down a brickyard at some point. Oh, I should also get people working on the lumber mill. Okay, get a couple harpies working on that. And the coal is kind of tempting here. So like parts are nice, but in this case I'm going to go for the coal because we were running short. I think it's the same number of people anyway. So we've got homelessness again. We'll deal with that first. I believe that's 4, so we need 2. Stonecutter's camp has no deposits nearby. In this case, I think we can move it for free. There's really nowhere for this to go, though. We don't have stone anywhere else. So what we are going to focus on, if we can, is the brickyard. Although it's getting a little crowded here. Yeah, none of these really work for me. This thing can get moved for free. Just gonna put this off to the side. And for the brickyard... have to do. We're not in a rush, but it is an option that I want available to me. Okay, so the storm arrives in a minute. There we go. We did unlock it. So we've got another snake nest, leech brood mother, and a small abandoned cache. Unfortunately, we don't have any simple tools or infused tools. So we're going to just have to leave that be. But we did hit the important milestone of actually getting the... we did actually get to the glade before the storm. I'm pretty much going to just completely wipe out this this area as soon as the storm arrives, but I don't want to... I don't want to be premature in getting rid of it. We might be able to get it before the storm comes. Okay, we've got another trapper's camp with nothing nearby, so they're already dealing with they're already dealing with this bounty. I think I'm just going to move them off to the side here. So again, roads are free in this case. So, and which is this? Stonecutter's camp. We don't really need. Wait a minute. Oh, right. No, sorry. This is gathering. Right. So there's the sound effect to sort of warn me. Like I said, we're gonna take this right to the limit. There is one thing that you can do in this game. I'm actually going to just pause. So what you can do is you can hold control, I think. Yeah, so if you hold control, you'll notice that it doesn't actually unlock any of the glades. So what I'm going to do here is the woodcutters are going to take care of the trees that are in sort of shelter range. And it's not going to go for the glade. So this is basically going to, during the storm, they're going to do something that, for me, is productive. Okay, so we're in a case where we may start losing people. It depends how long It depends how long things last. And actually, there is one other thing I can do. I can put down the cookhouse, and that gives me an excuse. Ooh, that's a big one. Tell you what, we're gonna put the woodcutter's camp down here now. So you can see here the harpies are getting ready to go. I don't think there's anything I can do about that, so I think I'm gonna accept that we're gonna have fewer workers available to us. So we lost, it was just a builder harpy, so it's not the end of the world. Looks like I can't put down a cookhouse without blocking anything. Oh, that's not true. We can put it down here. Okay, so I think it's just the one harpy. Another cornerstone. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So urban root production is increased by 1 for every 75 biscuits, gain 5 pigment for every 10 insects produced, and gain 1 lizard for every 25 eggs produced. Now this is going to give me... It's probably going to give me a problem as far as population is concerned. But this might help out as far as the kind of the defections go. Let's go for surprise child. And we've currently, again, we've got a lot of builders here, so maybe we want to think a bit about what I'm trying to accomplish. So I think the time has come for me to put down a... So one thing I haven't talked about is the blight. Just trying to think what a good example of a blight building would be. So as you continue to build things, you generate blight rot, and basically you can kind of think of this as pollution. And so there will be side effects for having too much blight rot. You can combat blight rot with a oh god, what's the building called? Not the hydrant, the blight post. So a specialized building dedicated to fighting blight rot. Blight fighters will prepare purging fire during drizzle and clearance seasons and use it to burn blight rot cysts during the storm. Now this needs to also be in range of the hearth, so we're going to put that down here. We don't currently have the brick, so I'm going to add 3 more to the total that we're working on. Wait, we don't have the brickyard yet. So we're just going to wait on that. We're already producing planks. So now the one thing I've noticed with the blight post is that this is really good at like eliminating. Like this can go through the material that I use for the hearth really, really quickly. I want to be mindful of that. Also, we're out of the storm, so we can start checking out glades again. Now, the one thing I don't want to do right now is get more than 1 dangerous glade. So this is going to be one where I hit sort of control. And in this case, we're basically just going to clear out everything that we can in the area. So this is our focus. This is going to be our target of opportunity. I may build a third. May build a third woodcutters camp just because I don't have a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot else for my people to do. Once we get the cookhouse and things like that, that makes a little more sense. But at the moment, everybody's just sort of sitting idle. I guess we can also try building a rain collector. I never wind up building those. Let's give it a try. So this should unlock. There we go. So we've got stone-toothed termite burrow, an aggressive parasitic species able to eat and digest even the hardiest materials. Nothing can stop a hungry stone-toothed termite swarm from feeding. Destroys all stored building materials. That's a disaster for us. So they want lots of stuff that we can't supply, although in theory we can provide the planks. So, we can convert this termite nest. Harmony contains stone-toothed termite burrow. It now serves as a source of edible insects. Counts as 4 decorations of this type. Or we can get... I think we'll go for the salvage. Now, the worry here is that we're not going to be able to produce enough planks in time. The effects are harvesting and planting are 70% slower, and stone-toothed swarm agitated termites can be a real nuisance. -7 to global resolve, is active only when the corresponding glade event is being worked on. So, here's what we're going to do. We're already constructing... Yeah, actually everything's already constructed, so that's a bit of a drag. Are we out of stone already? What the hell did I use it for? Yeesh. Okay, so we're going to cancel the building material pack right now because we can't really afford that. So essentially, I need to wait until I've actually produced enough planks. So we're just going to keep cranking away at this. Now they're still going to wind up building with this. I don't think there's anything I can do to... Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to take the hit for now. This is a real drag. I thought that I was going to just store that stone. So in the meantime, we're just going to keep chopping down... let's just keep chopping down trees and hope we get the planks in time. I'm okay with the idle scouts, because I know we're going to need the wood before too long. Now, we don't have flour. We do have meat. Oh, we can make mushroom skewers. Cool. Now, we don't have a source of veg... Oh, but we do have a source of eggs. Okay. So yeah, mushroom and egg skewers are definitely something we can provide. Actually, the lizards are better in the warm. That's going to at least satisfy the lizards and the harpies. And we can work on a mill for the flour, although we'll need grain for that. So once we have some, so we're starting to get some planks in storage already. I'd like to have the number be a little bit higher before we start the event, because again, we're going to have -7 to the, we're going to have -7 to the, the to resolve when we trigger this event. Okay, we're at 8 of 20. I think maybe once we get to the halfway point, because it does actually seem like they're moving at a fairly decent clip. So yeah, against my better judgment, let's trigger the event. Okay, orders. Build a bathhouse and cosmetics, or packs of provisions and packs of crops. We can't really achieve either of these, but I guess the provisions and crops are slightly more realistic. And we can try fulfilling needs for clothing, or we can build a tavern and ale. Let's try needs for clothing, because we can theoretically trade for that. Okay, so obviously we're taking a big risk on both of those, but we don't really have a whole lot of options right now. They've already got some people moving the planks. Now, they've actually, I believe, already cleared out the inventory, so this is the one thing I was a bit worried about. Oh, new immigrants. I think the simple tools are what we need right now. It does also mean we need to build some more shelters, so let's take a second here and put down... I guess we just need the one. And Old Farlough has arrived. So, definitely want tools. I probably want as many tools as I can get. Sea Marrow would also be very good. Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, so if we clean out our amber, sell them all of our spark dew. That's basically all that we can realistically afford. As far as tools are concerned, or it's almost not worth it at that point. We need 12, 24. Now this is good because we're going to be able to either get the clothes or be able to rebuild this. Yeah, ideally I would get 24. I'd get 24 tools. I guess the question is, do I want to try and trade for them now, or do we... Well, we can wait. I mean, we'll wait till the last minute with Old Farlough. We'll see if we can maybe get some more more stuff we can trade with. But I'm guessing the answer to that is no. I hate to do this, but I think I'm going to have to do lighter treatment on the harpies. This is going to mean that the lizards will eventually start leaving as well. I'm basically going to be dancing between the two for a little while to try and stop the departures. They're idle again. I just need 2 more planks. Okay, any simple tools is better than none, so I think we just said we could get 4, right? I mean, the other alternative would be we try... Let's see how much fabric we can sell. And it still doesn't bring me where I need to go, so... I think if we go up to 5, we can't afford that, right? Yeah. Not great, but it's what we could manage. I could force delivery now, but honestly, they're pretty much going to deliver any minute now. Okay, so the skewers actually saved us as far as the resolve is concerned. The bricks are going to become a problem pretty soon. Oh, is this wheat? Excellent. Do I have something that can collect it, though? No, we don't have the forager's camp. Okay, so in 3.5 minutes, so we know we don't need to worry about the threat now. So in 3.5 minutes, this will be resolved, and we don't need to worry about the morale anymore. We might even get past the this resolve. Harpies on this. They're better with alchemy. So next storm's in 26 seconds, so this is going to cause a big problem for our resolve. Fortunately, we'll get a bit of a reprieve once it's done, but it's going to be really tight for a little while. I'm back to my usual feeling of thinking that we're going to lose this, but we have been here before and have managed to sort of pull a victory out of thin air. So we'll see whether or not we can pull it off. Yeah, that's a scary, scary number. The big key here is we just need to keep the morale or keep people from leaving. Actually, we're going to have to... Yeah, so essentially we're waiting for the storm to finish. There's really no other way we can fix this. So I suspect the real story is there's going to be people who just leave. Okay. This is a little surprising. It says no deposits nearby, but... So what's the story with the eggs? Oh, it needs to be a proper trapper's camp. That is news. I actually have access to considerably less than I thought we did. I'm gonna have to work on that, but that's definitely a tomorrow me problem. So what I may do is lighter treatment on the humans, because we'll probably be able to save. Feel like I should be able to, yeah. Huh? This will, of course, enrage the lizards, but... Okay, good. Probably means we lose another harpy, to be honest, but... Okay. So, family gratitude. Relatives of your villagers send gifts for treating their family members well. Get 40 water skins for every full reputation point obtained through high resolve. Villagers have a 10% chance of receiving bonus yields from production, but... okay, that one I'm tempted for. A curious invention used for extracting amber from blight rot cysts. Every completely infected building generates 3 amber per minute, but also adds 10 hostility. I can't really afford the extra hostility because that really savages my my resolve. So in this case, I'm going to do without restrictions. I think I'm also going to do light treatment on the harpies. There we go. That's just to push the numbers up. Okay. So we've at least stopped the disaster. And in 3 seconds, we may actually start seeing some bumps to resolve. Oh, looks like we did wind up losing... Oh, apparently not. I think that's just the same alert from before. So we are going to be able to get the brickyard. We'll be able to make some bricks out of that fairly soon. We can clear out the rest of this. Yeah, we're really close to happy harpies, so if we can somehow get some jerky... That's the catch, though. I can't get jerky. Alright, well, that's a shame, but I'm gonna just have to live with that. We'll get a couple of humans work in the brickyard, and we will eventually have clay and bricks, so... we'll let them do their thing. Finally, we'll get people working on the building materials as well. That means we can at least complete the Glade event. And at some point, I would like to... we should actually be able to get the clothier dealt with fairly quickly. Maybe we'll wait for the termite barrow to be unloaded. Yeah, it's a real shame that we can't get like the lizards or the harpies just a little bit happier. If we can somehow knock down the hostility of the forest, that would be one way of achieving it, but hostility of the forest is something that doesn't normally go down. Trying to think if there's anybody else I can assign to some tasks. Okay, get lots of lizards, we can get lots... well, at least I get grain. I actually think this has more grain, so it's slightly more attractive. Now, I'd love to turn that grain into flour, but as you can see, if we can get 50 grain, we get the human influx event, so I'm gonna hold off. That may not be the smartest choice, but... now we're out of mushrooms, so let's switch to meat for the skewers for the next little while. We should get mushrooms back as we chop down more woods, but actually that's a good reason to build another logging camp. That or an herbalist camp. Yeah, the herbalist camp makes more sense because of the mushrooms. I guess I can build both because I've got 6. So we're not quite ready to unlock blades yet, but we'll focus on this one for now. So either I need to be satisfying some more needs. Oh, so it occurred to me I didn't pay attention to the homelessness. That might actually be something that can push me over the edge. Oop. What a pity. Okay, what can we do here? So we've already got a clothier. We can get that from that building we discovered. None of these are what I really need. Let's go for the brewery at least. But I mean, again, for that we would expect to have like grain and stuff like that. So I'm picking this, but I may not actually be able to do anything with it. Okay, and again, we've got ourselves in some risk. And we can't take advantage of most of the things inside here. Okay, so, Harmony Spirit Altar, an old altar found in the wilds. The ancient language carved into the stone proclaims, light a fire at the altar to gain the blessing of the spirit of harmony. So as long as this thing is active, it's going to decrease the resolve by 5, and then it will also increase the impatience point by 1. My options are to give... Well, it's pretty clear. We'll use the planks. Now, that's going to... All species become less resilient. Resolve drops 500% faster. This is really going to hurt in 3 minutes and 36 seconds when the storm hits. But it seems to me like, you know, I don't really have a whole lot of options here. One other thing that's nice is there's the crate of cosmetics. Oh, but it's a cleanliness service, so the cosmetics doesn't give me what I need. Okay, well, that's life. So we can convert it. When your villagers' needs are met, harmony is fostered. Each unique service building adds 2 to global resolve, counts as 9 decorations of its type. I mean, let's give this a shot. I'm not 100% sure what this does, but boosts to resolve sound good at least. Most importantly, we just need to get this thing done as soon as possible. And I still have people who need shelter. Quite a few, actually. This has now become a priority. This one I'm gonna actually make it a priority to clear out the last of these. Okay, shelter's taken care of, and I've got 9 people not working. So I suppose the question is, do I risk another dangerous glade? That doesn't seem like a very smart idea right now. So what's my next alternative? Well, we can assign people to recovering the clothier. Okay, what order can we get? Pack of luxury goods and amber, or training gear and a clan hall? Well, the clan hall is at least something that, like, these wind up being aligned with each other, so it's a remote chance we can pull this off, but it's possible. Yeah, let's see how it goes. And Trapper's Camp has no deposits. So we'll move you to this region for now. I guess we can build a road. Again, the road doesn't really mean a whole lot because it's free. I'm sure I can probably do more efficient road networks and such, but slightly higher priorities right now. But yeah, this is one lesson I'm going to take away from this is the need for, like, when it comes to large versions of things. Like if I had a large trapper's camp, that would have kind of ensured my supply of skewers, whereas now it's sort of under threat. We're good for meat and eggs for a while now, though, so I think we'll be okay. But the shame is we probably would have been in a decent shape for resolve if the storm didn't arrive. The good news is the 500% is going to be going away, so we've got about 20 seconds here, so we've got about a minute and a half. So not great, but we will be able to survive it. Now, there's a few things that I can sort of look at here. Interestingly enough, I don't have any spark dew to sell. That, or he's just not interested in buying it. I can try selling ancient tablets. Those are worth quite a bit. Now, there's nothing I can really get from him that I want right now. I suppose I could buy some bricks. There's also the training gear, but if we don't have the clan hall, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. So, against my better judgment, I think I'm just gonna leave Sother the Ancient to their own designs. And unfortunately, the jerky's been consumed, so I don't think we're gonna get the resolve bonuses that we wanted. I am, however, going to assign people. Sorry, I should make sure that we've got lizards. Yeah, everybody's sad, and everybody's gonna drop really fast. I don't think there's anything I can really do about this, so we're just gonna take it on the chin. We know once this event is done, we won't. We'll get the humans and the lizards back, but the harpies are just going to be miserable no matter what. So I suppose the question is, am I willing to lose a human to... Looks like they're still -1. That's surprising. Conan says, Yo Chonk, bought this game. Of course, I saw you playing. Pretty good. Yeah, it is a very good game. I normally seem to... I felt that I was okay at this difficulty level, but it looks like we're kind of on track to another loss. Unless we can get some of the buildings we need. As you can see, we're halfway on the Queen's Impatience. Yeah, so I need service buildings. So I suppose the brewery is our best bet here. But I mean, this is one of the things, like... Oh. Okay, so I think this is because yeah, we're using up all the fuel for the urging fire. And we can't buy oil. Okay. Going to... Oh. How do I do this? Gonna get another woodcutter's camp down. But yeah, no, it's a neat, like, I think everything kind of gets called a roguelike now. And I mean, not without reason, right? Like, you can see why it's appropriate to this. But I think one of the things that's kind of nice about having the roguelike style is that it's like, if you're playing a traditional city builder and you wind up in an impossible situation, or you wind up in, with some difficulty, you like, it feels really bad because you've invested so much in the experience, and for one reason or another, like, it didn't turn out, and like, it's hard to feel good about that. Whereas this, like, it's a finite experience no matter what. And I think like, even when I wind up in a situation where, like something like this, I mean, one thing I will credit the game for is there have been a lot of times when I've been in a really tough spot like this, and we've turned it around and have been able to sort of pull a win seemingly out of nowhere, which again is really exciting about this game. But equally importantly, I think the fact that the investment is so low. In terms, like, you really want to win a given settlement, but the sense of loss isn't quite there in the same way that if you're playing like a SimCity or something like that, you really do feel like you've spent a lot of time on something that ultimately didn't deliver. I sort of feel like it, like the balance really works for me. I also kind of suspect that I'm paying a bit for neglecting the game for a week or two, but that's fine. I mean, that's why we play stuff, right? So we can learn and get better. Sorry, I just got a message from someone. Okay, let's go for the vegetables. And yeah, so this is homelessness because of the lack of fire. Now, we should have somebody delivering fire before too long. But yeah, at this point, we kind of need to just cool it on... actually, how many planks do we have right now? 42? I think we can stop production for a bit. Okay, so where do we get our next... Okay, so we've got a few minor glades. I think we want to work with those first. Now, clothier, that's pretty straightforward for us to work with. So let's get the human... Actually, hang on. It looks like harpies are better at that. So is there a harpy I can free up from other duties? Should be. Got 8 of them. I think this is because... Okay, so we definitely want to assign... Oh, Jesus, yeah. Okay, clothier, harpies first. Each newcomer group has 2 additional villagers. Shalita's secret cookbook, 10 tips on how to cook more efficiently by Shalita. Gain 10 jerky for every 10 pies produced. That'd be great, but I can't make pies right now. And the settlement specializes in training gear production. Gain 1 to Lizard Resolve for every 70 training gear produced. Again, wonderful. Actually, let's try this one. And this is just because we've got, we do have a goal for the training gear. So if we have an opportunity to build it, it's our best hope. Okay, not actually going to produce any of these yet. Oh, this is a brewery, not a tavern. Darn it. This is taking up valuable real estate. So I should build the... There's a side of me that wants to go for the dangerous... Wait, no, the Forbidden Glade. Yeah. I mean, we're either gonna completely crash and burn, or we're gonna be able to deliver on the back end. So let's go. We'll go big. Got 3 builders wandering around right now. It may not be a bad idea for me to think about what I'm trying to achieve. So the coats make sense because that's going to satisfy the need for clothing. That gives us the new clothes requirement. That'll also be good for boosting resolve for human. I think it's just the humans. Apparently lizards and harpies don't care for clothing. I suppose there's a question as to whether or not it's all that wise for us to be chopping into a Forbidden Glade with the storm coming up so soon. I think I'm going to risk making some Purging Fire again. Well, actually, hang on. We're sitting on 21 logs, so maybe we hold off on that for a bit. Also going to start removing people from these different... I'm going to start removing people from these buildings so that I have a realistic idea about what my... honestly, at this point, I think we build another lumber camp. I realize it's going to boost the hostility, but like the hostilities, like if we just sit and wait for the, if we just kind of sit and wait to get, you know, let kind of nature take its course. Oh, we don't have the tools for it. Okay, fair enough. I don't think I'm ready to demolish things yet, but okay, so that trapper's camp's got, okay, so we have limited options, but we still have options. Does that not count? Yeah, there we go. So I'll probably have to start dismantling some trappers' camps when the time comes. Although, of course, the hope is that we find an alternative source. And I think we're gonna wait for the next season, so I'm okay with you sort of chopping everything but. I think we'll handle whatever the storm throws at us, and we will... Oh, you know what? I think I need more humans before it counts as need for clothing fulfilled. We'll see. At this point, though, I just kind of need to fast forward. We'll wait for the storm. We'll see what the future brings. Ah, now, hang on. I should be thinking a little more carefully because it seems to me like we can at least satisfy pickled goods. Not really. If we get pottery, we can, but... It's not that there's stone here, just there's space, so... Yeah, we've still not been able to get the tools that I need. So it looks like we're doing better with the fire. So I'm gonna resume the purging fire construction. Getting close on need for clothing. Okay, our last orders. Jesus, we're not gonna get either of these. This is something we can achieve. Yeah, so everybody's miserable. And again, I think we're just gonna we'll let some of the people leave. I don't necessarily want that to happen, but I don't have too much in the way of options. The one exception might be to try and keep the humans around. The harpies are helpful, but they're not irreplaceable. Okay, so the Trapper's Camp, based on what I see here, I'm gonna guess... I think we're at the point now where we can just dismantle. Okay, so priority for humans. We're still not going to get enough of what we need, but it's a start. And more cornerstones. So urban planning. Every 10 completed trade routes, all houses will have room for one more person, but construction's 25% slower. Woodcutter's prayer. If you want to take, you first must give. +1 to wood production. Lose all stored fuel upon picking this cornerstone. That is too much. And then over-diligent woodworkers. Some woodworkers just can't stop working. Gain 3 barrels for every 10 planks produced. I mean, not super important, but it at least gives me something, so... Now, this does mean that I can build another wood cutter. Yeah, so same story here. Okay, let's see what Zorb either wants or can give us. So if I can get 30 grain from him, we can satisfy the demand. Can't give up the ancient tablets. I may have to, though. Now, apparently I've been making too many packs of building materials, so I should at least be able to do something with those. I need another 3. What are my most valuable items? I can't sell the parts. Dipping into my meat is a dangerous game to play. We could just attack the trader. I've never actually done that. Alternatively, I mean, I can make planks again. That's gonna... Well, yeah, you know what? It makes me a little sad to do this, but planks are something that I can get back. So the thing that's important here is that once I build the shelters, with the human influx event, I'm going to satisfy the clothing, which means that new clothes event gets taken care of. Okay, we don't need the artisan. Bakery can produce biscuits and pie, which will help me with resolve, which may get me out of trouble. So, first things first, we've got 7 homeless. What else do we need for... I should probably be working on the decorations and the aesthetics, so let's see what else we can get done here. So, yeah, well, we definitely need people back on the lumber mill. The requirements again, 4. Ooh, big. And then I think the requirement was 4 more decorations. Yeah. I'm not exactly known for my aesthetics. Okay, let's get that bakery down. We may also want to... well, I still don't have a source of grain, so... And actually, let's demolish stone. Because again, this is just a story of... at this point, this is a story of putting down... Oh! Okay, let's see whether or not we can get something good out of this. I don't know how I have the incense. But I count my lucky stars that I do. Okay, so a rotten matter creeps up from the underneath the burial site, spawns 6 pieces of living matter. Woodcutting angers the dead. Hostility increases by 10 points for every 3 fallen trees. Christ almighty. Alright. We're going to send this to... Oh, this is a tricky one, because I get 5 ancient tablets off of it. Nope, we're sending this to the Citadel. So... Now, I have to basically shut down all of my woodcutters' camps. Which sucks, but I really do not want to deal with the consequences. We should have been making planks ages ago, but... Okay, yeah, so we don't really have the flour for biscuits and pies. We'll see if we can get it. I mean, there's a few different ways that we can access that, but it depends on the blueprints that we get. Okay, I don't think the herbalist can... Oh, nope, they've got mushrooms. That's good, actually. Essentially, at this point, we're at the mercy of the ancient burial site, so... 3.5 minutes. We're probably going to be in the middle of the storm by the time this is done. Yeah. Well, we'll be approaching the storm. And there's a penalty if you break into glades when the storm hits. So I think what I'll do is after we finish this event, I'm going to move this woodcutter's camp to clear these 2. Simultaneously, we'll move this woodcutter's camp to get the dangerous glade, remembering that we need to complete 2 dangerous glade events. Once that's done, we'll sort of see where we're sitting. Oh, we can turn in new clothes. That doesn't give us a new blueprint because we're at the point now where we need to get a couple of levels of resolve each time, or reputation each time. Again, I'm expecting we're cruising towards a loss here, but I'm trying to put a brave face on it. I may want to... I think I'm gonna have to turn off the planks for a little bit. We only have 20 fuel left, and it's not gonna last me that long. So the idea here is once this event is done, then we'll reload the woodcutters' camps. We won't use them to clear out... Sorry, we won't use them to access glades until the storm's gone, but we can at least get more fuel. I missed this woodcutter's camp. That sucks. That's why I think that's why the resolve was going down. Okay, so we can repopulate the woodcutter camps. Oops. Okay, so this is a really, really tough one for me to decide. The lizard house will give me a semi-permanent increase for the lizards, but the advantage of the smokehouse is that jerky's wanted by all three. So I'm going to pick the smokehouse. The catch is I need to find a better source of meat, because we're actually out of it. But I feel like meat is one of those things that I have like a fighting chance of being able to get. Okay, so we're gonna move you as close as we can get. A lot of these roads really don't make any sense, but... Oh, I really did not want that to happen. That just, so that, which one was it? Discovering a glade during the storm will decrease global resolve by -10 for 3 minutes. That is a darn shame that that just happened. I suppose it doesn't really matter because the fire's going out anyway, but... this will help me with the fire. Okay, homestead's good and all, but where's the event? Okay, living matter. Mysterious rotten matter called by the rain. It grows with time, becoming more and more dangerous. It's also a source of extremely rare resources. -3 to global resolve. Tendency to spread uncontrollably. Okay, so we want to get rid of it. Cooked and raw food in the warehouse is disappearing at a rate of 5 items every 10 seconds. Christ. Well, I mean, we're already up against it, so... We do know, though, because of this event, we can basically afford to head straight to the next big glade event. Okay. Again, everybody's going to be miserable for a while, and I'm going to see a lot of people leave. Mind you, we've got a surplus of builders, so take it or leave it, I guess. Maybe we go back to our goal of building as many camps as we can. Yeah, I've got 9 to work with, so... And we're totally out of food. Also, we don't have sources of food, so I think everybody's just going to starve. Such is the consequence of dealing with the living matter. I probably should have thought more carefully about that. So this, I mean, effectively, this is a lost cause. I don't see a way back from this, to be honest. The best option that I have is we find sources of food inside these glades. But I mean, even then, that's a big if. We do also have the option of trade. The problem is, what do I put in for the pack of provisions, right? So this is one I lost because of my bungling more than the difficulty. So maybe I want to roll the difficulty back one more level. It's a tough call, actually. I'm not sure there's anything about the introduction. Okay, so we can... It's definitely the one we were looking for. Okay, now we need to cancel the woodcutter's camp, so we get 2 back from that. I think we need 3 for this, though, so I actually need to I need to kill another one of the lumber yards. Okay, I suspect we're not going to be able to buy whatever we need, but we can hope. So again, there'd be the temptation for the training gear. There's no food, sadly. Flour and ale would be helpful for a couple of goals, but like honestly, this stuff just doesn't help me. So yeah, lack of tools is a huge problem. Obviously, savaging myself on the food side didn't help me. Lizards are better at that. What else can we do? Have bricks? We do. All right, why did everybody get sad? Oh, probably because they're starving. Well, I mean, that's going to resolve itself or it's not. There's not a lot I can do about that. So once this is cleared, we'll get one of these guys working over there. We're already working on the dangerous glade. Get them building planks again. Yep, nope, we just let things run by like they normally do and hope a miracle happens. Yeah, we got 2 blocks of impatience here. We were able to knock that back by delivering, but... Okay, what are we up against? Large encamp, that's not the one we're looking for. Okay, so -7 to global resolve. That basically means an exodus. We can send to the... I mean, sending to the capital is basically the only option that I have. Unfortunately, we don't need to pay anything for it. So let's clear out one of the camps. Yeah. Again, I expect exodus, but... At the very least, the humans are not going to go. Yeah. The village losses are going to be the thing that does me in. Two and a half minutes of this is not gonna cut it. There we go. Lost! The Queen is not satisfied with your efforts here. You were summoned back to the court and have lost the right to this land. I mean, let's be honest. This was not the best... This was definitely not the most thoughtful I've been in terms of approaching a settlement. So maybe I'll roll it back one I mean, the tricky part here is the real thing that's getting added with the difficulty level is the Blight Rot, which I don't find all that difficult to deal with. Anyways, Reputation 8, so we get 240 for that, completed 6 orders, 6 regular events, 60 points for the dangerous events, 45 forbidden, no villagers died, and we finished before year 8, so we lost very quickly, so we got extra experience for that. Back to the world map. So, I think that may be our 4th. Oh, and we can finish the cycle. Okay, we're gonna go to the Smoldering City first, because we can definitely spend some food. We've discovered 80 glades. So the woodpecker technique, gain 1 insects every time woodcutters cut down 2 trees. So, upgrades. Cool. So longer burning duration or better production speed. I think I prefer the burn. Well, I can have both actually, so... Of course, that's the food spoken for, so... But I am interested. So we have been working towards completing the cycle. So this is pretty pitiful, right? We really only got 3 settlements built in the end. But I mean, that's how you learn, right? So let's end the cycle and see where we went. The Blightstorm is coming. Your settlements have been abandoned and the people are returning to the Citadel. So I'm not sure what the 7 and 1 gathered and spent. End the cycle. I'm sorry to keep talking about the 3-body problem, but this really does remind me of it. All right. Once more into the breach. So, corrosive torrent, the rain is especially toxic in this region. No resources will be refunded after destroying a building. Wow! But we do get 18 gears. So let's just think about what gets enabled. So gathering technique, all resource nodes get +1 to available charges and adds a blueprint to your house of essential buildings, human house. Ah, okay, so this means that we'll always be able to satisfy the humans. And same for beavers. So in contrast to bonus production, I am inclined to try. I'm definitely inclined to try for the gears. Both will be in the coral forest, so I don't know if there's a big difference between the two here. So then the question is, do I do... So if you do Pioneer, more reputation required to win. The return 42 and 11. If we do Veteran, Blight Rot and Corruption, 63-18. The length doesn't change. So I'm more inclined to try Veteran. We did lose the last time we tried on Veteran. Diverse flora, vegetation here mutates into unique strands. Each type of tree provides distinct bonus resources and inspiring pressure. Forest is as scary as beautiful. Villagers have a 5% chance of earning bonus yields from production and gathering for each hostility level. So yeah, this definitely feels like a more favorable biome. And we can go all harpies, or we can go harpies and humans. Again, humans have talent for farming, but what interests me more are simple tools, because of course simple tools are what we need for they're what we need for the they're like a good source of extra reputation. So I think we're gonna start with that. And I'm usually inclined to go towards the food items. Okay, so I've got clear skies, increase the speed at which traders arrive by 300%, looming darkness. So this keeps stacking over time. Leakage, arse resistance has been decreased by 200. Blight Rot cysts consume the storm's energy and become more resilient. Even the hardiest villagers need some sort of cover in this weather. Once this effect activates, every village in your settlement will take 1 coats from the warehouse. If you can't provide the goods, global resolve will be lowered by 6 for 2 minutes. And charged rain. So to avoid charged rain, we need complex food and services. This is going to be tough. So it is absolutely in my interest to finish this as soon as humanly possible. Where are my humans? Did I not pick... I feel like I picked the one with the humans and the tools. That's a real drag if... I mean, I can't do anything about it now, but like, I definitely wanted the one I didn't get. But that's fine. We'll work with it. The good news is that we don't have the same hard start as before. So I'm gonna get the 3. I usually do 2 camps. I'll let him build that first, and then we can build the shelter and all that. Okay. The Queen's Envoy. No one can weather the storm alone. The Queen offers you a cornerstone that will lay the foundation for your town's prosperity. Choose wisely, as you won't be able to change it. So metallurgic proficiency. All recipes that use metal or ore will be produced 33% quicker. I've actually never done that. Sorry, that's not true. There was one village that I did wind up working with metal. Flame amulets, an artifact infused with the power of the holy flame. Hostility from woodworkers is decreased by 8. That is very tempting. Although I suppose we do get a bonus as the hostility grows. And then local taxes. Villagers will give you their very last piece of amber just to get a pint of decent ale. Gain 20 amber for every 100 ale produced. We don't necessarily know that we're going to be working with ale yet, so let's do flame amulets, even though it may deny me some of the benefits of this biome. I may not be able to get to the end of this by the end of the stream, by the way, just a heads up, but I will do my best. It does interest me that there's only one builder right now. If I have 8 workers, 6 of them were working in woodcutters' camps. Where'd the other go? Okay, building materials or glades? I'm slightly inclined to go for the simple tools, but glades are easier to do. Pack of crops or dangerous... I pretty much always go for the dangerous glades when I can. And give 5 tools or... Now this is potentially a hard one for me to satisfy. The rewards are pretty good though, so let's try... This may be tricky, but we'll see. Yeah, so I don't actually quite get how this numbers work. Maybe because one builder's already working on the building? Okay. It's Trapper's Camp and Herbalist's Camp. So I guess the question is, do we feel like... Okay, so I'm actually going to wait to build either of these... I'm going to wait to build either of these buildings. This is just because I don't get the parts back if I destroy it. So in this particular case, it's in my interest to see whether or not we're going to need these. Right now, I believe, even with the provisioner... Where was it? Am I losing my mind? Makeshift post. Yes, we can satisfy all of the requirements. The first thing I'm going to do is satisfy the Glades event. Might also try and put some decorations down. Yeah, essentially at this point here, what I want to see is, in terms of what I immediately have access to as far as glades, I want to satisfy that. That'll give me an idea. So between the orders and the orders and the glades, that'll give me an idea of the buildings that I need, and then I can select some buildings. I don't know if this is the ideal way of approaching this, but it's something I'm going to experiment with. And one of the things too, right, is that I apparently only have one free worker right now. So in that sense, it's not that big of a deal if I'm not, like, even if I were to put down one of these specialized buildings, who's going to work it, right? This is one of these cases where I can sort of afford to be a little lazier. Okay, so we would have been able to work this with my original start, but obviously I don't have the tools, so we wait. I think what I'll do is just make sure... Essentially, I want the... There's not a whole lot that this woodcutter's camp's going to be doing right now, but... Ah, now this is a big one. So this is a farm. Fertile soil. So we can turn in exploration. It's also... So this would... As far as an opening is concerned, for me, this is the ideal... this is kind of the ideal way of opening, right? We have 4 blueprints available to us. We know what's contained in all of these different... Actually, there's this one glade that we need. The next stop... Nope, we've actually got one more freebie. Potentially 2, actually. Oh no, there's a few empty glades that we can work with. But yeah, so we have some options for exploring right now. But more importantly, we're getting some information about what's sort of in the immediate area and what we can work with. So the question now becomes, I can wait for another batch of, I can wait for new arrivals. Yeah, let's do that before we start picking some, so let's clear out we'll clear out what we can for the glades first. We'll make space. So there's 2 priorities. Make space around the shelter, or the ancient hearth. Get the freebie glades out of the way. And once we have new arrivals that can work the buildings, that'll be when we select our blueprints. But yeah, the reason why I said this was an ideal start is we had like the 1 point of Queen's Impatience that was knocked down by completing the Glades event. And to me, that's kind of if you can, that's sort of the ideal place to be. I think a trapper's camp makes sense for us here, because we can work the meat and then we can work the insects. The builder's not finished the roads yet, so at least let's get the we'll get the roads finished. I'm gonna keep an eye on what the woodcutters are doing. Actually, I think they're pretty much done. This is a little bit more they can do. Okay, what do we got here? Coal deposit. It's been a while, but yeah. So the definitely a trapper's camp. I think what I'll do, I'm gonna have one woodcutter's camp working on uncovering more glades, because again, that gives us information about what buildings we may want to build. And then the other one is going to be dedicated to clearing out space for the buildings. And again, we reevaluate our position when Now I know why they were building roads. Oh, I know why. It's somebody's tending the ancient hearth. That's why there's only one builder. Okay, so this isn't doing anything useful anymore. So what we're going to do is mark the relevant areas. So I don't want to go here because this this woodcutter camp will start moving these out. This does give me a marker about where I want to put the existing roads. That does a decent job of clearing things out. We'll have a little pocket here and here, but we at least get a head start. And they just finished, so we can now put down the trapper's camp. There's 1, 2, 3 locations that we can put it. I think that's going to be a decent enough return on investment to make it worth it. I guess this puts it in the... Oh no, that's fine. I'm trying to leave this space open for the other... like for the buildings. So, here. Path. And then we'll have the existing builder take the job. Three and a half minutes, we will get some new tasks. It's slightly tempting to actually wait until we get our new deeds before picking blueprints. I'm gonna let them build the road first, and then we'll put them in the trapper's camp. If I want, I can take one of the woodcutters out as well, but I don't quite see the need. Okay, so we're going to have immigrants and a new cornerstone. So economic migration, rumor is that your settlement is one of the wealthiest in the realm. Newcomers will arrive 15% quicker for every 2 levels of standing that you have with other settlements. So we haven't been using trade routes for a while. Smuggler's visit, a shady character appears in your settlement. You can choose 1 blueprint from all unlocked blueprints. And deserted caravans, global production is 50% faster, but trading is unavailable. Now, I don't really think... trading's not the best option for me. I think let's go for Smuggler's Visit. And newcomers, I'm going to prioritize... So as much as I want the parts... nah, I'm going to take the parts. Okay, so obviously we need to build accommodations first. Good news is we can put a beaver in place of one of the harpies. Now we don't have a farm yet. I think what I'm going to do what I said before. We're going to wait the 2 minutes. Now vegetables, we can build the forager's camp. Yeah, we've got enough vegetables to make that worthwhile. And we have... okay, yeah, we've got more vegetables that we can get. So we're going to move the woodcutter's camp right away. This is so that we can access the... This is so we can access the other glade. And like I said, one for clearing out space for the newcomers, and one about sorry, there's one about clearing out space, and then there's one about clearing out glades. Although we are at a point where I want to start considering getting rid of some dangerous glades as well. Put a human in one of these? I don't think so. We don't need a builder right now, so... So once we get our next deeds, I'll pick my buildings, regardless of what happens with the remaining glade. And at that point, we can make some decisions about taking on some dangerous glades. This is just a preemptive painting. Just give me an idea where to move the woodcutter's camp when the time comes. Right, here we go. So, keep beavers resolve above 22 for 60 seconds, or give coal and building materials. Both of these are really tempting. They're already at 13. So, it's a bit of a Hail Mary, but let's give it a shot. Harpies are at 8. Yeah, these resolve-based ones are going to be really dicey the later I go. I'm not above playing favorites with the beavers for a little while. Tiberiosity, thank you very much for the raid, and I'm really trying to get used to these new alerts. Everybody kind of seemed to just run away, so I'm glad you've renewed my my numbers. I hope you're doing well. What were you playing tonight? I feel like it's been a while. I think you were doing a Star Wars tabletop RPG the last time I saw you, but I know that's probably not your... Ah, Earth Defense Force again. Okay, so we don't have... Like, it's not obvious what special buildings we need to make, although it's fair to say anything that gets me biscuits, pickled goods, clothing... I mean, education is a pretty tall order, I think. But yeah, things that make beavers and harpies happy will be a priority. I am very tempted to do beaver houses. Because we don't actually have the... we don't actually have the flour yet, so... This seems kind of silly, but the beaver house is kind of the bird in the hand right now, so... Okay, pretty much have to do the lumber mill. Well, no, small farm. There's actually a lot of really good ones here. I'm going to take the small farm. Nope, Harpy House is good. Cookhouse is good because of the skewers and the biscuits. If I can get a farm out of this, that would just be, like, exactly what I need. So the clothier is going to be something that I need... It's going to be what I need when I hit the higher hostility levels. But it does invite the question in terms of where the fabric comes from. I guess I'll say that I'll trade for it, so... Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting, but... We're definitely starting with the beaver house. Ah. Oh, hang on. We don't need the crude workstation yet. Am I losing my mind here? There we go. We'll dedicate this to grain because we've got lots of sources of vegetables for the next little while. The question is this going to be enough for me to be able to favorite the beavers? I wonder if there's a way I can pause this, actually. Nah, not worth it. Are you kidding me? Okay, no, that's fair. Well, that's fine. Actually, I just wait on this, because it's not going to give the beavers the shelter that they want. So this means I can move it into place. Because we've got... Well, it's 4 minutes. Yeah, you know what? Let's just wait on the... We'll wait till the storm passes, and then we'll move the... We'll move the beaver house into place. Harpy. Normally I'd put a road down, but I don't think in this case... Yeah, we wind up going over the... Oh, nope, there we go. And I'm not sure why this got missed. But again, we're waiting for the storm to go by, and then we can... why did everybody just get happy all of a sudden? Oh, because the hostility went down. It'll probably tick back up from the wood cutting. But like I said, the job here is to let it fall to a drizzle. Put the human in place. Okay, still no events. But we can do our usual story here. Okay, yeah, so the hostility did move. This is going to be a little bit of a trickier path. Again, we're trying not to provoke the dangerous glades yet. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move the beaver house. So once they hit 16, nope, that's still not 22. We're just shy of where we need to be. Human, oh, simple tools are always so good. Humans are good for the farm, but it's really hard to pass up tools. Okay, so let's get beavers working on the logging. We should have... Nope, we've only got 3 tools. We put one of the harpies on farming. And we have a leftover building. We need to find one more point to make the beavers happy. And failing to do so means that the hostility of the forest ticks up and starts erasing the benefit. Oh, actually, we need to build another beaver house now. Okay, value-added tax, 2 amber for every 6 pack of trade goods. Boost global resolve by 1 for every 3 level of standings with other settlements. Again, very tempting. This one I'm going to re-roll. Fungal Guide. Ancient mushrooms farming techniques are described within. Mushroom production increases by +1 every time it's produced. 25 times it's produced. Settlement specializes in wine production. Now, beavers like wine. Yeah, let's do Vineyard Town. I don't know if it'll turn out, but... I suppose we can try and go for the cookhouse, but I'm not super convinced it's... That's a big one, too. Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to need to make more space for it before I even try. That could be something we work on when we go for a dangerous glade, I think. We may be waiting a while, though. What do we do about this? What is... Oh, okay, we've got... No, sorry, 16. We need 22. There's got to be something I can do about my beavers. Pray. Okay, this is actually helpful too. Get to move this. We'll put it in. We'll get it to work on something kind of minor. We can move them a little bit lower in future. I guess we can give them a pat. Tight fit, but it works. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got for orders. Complete 10 trade routes or have 15 harmony decorations. Both of these are well beyond my capacity. I will do the harmony. And yeah, this is definitely the easier of the two. Also, it gives me simple tools. So this is definitely going to be tough to handle. Good news is we'll have at least one free glade. Okay, Zorg. One of the things I can do to make the beavers happy is buy up as many biscuits as I can. Now, one of the other potential options is to buy tools. Now, the catch here is that the tools are actually really expensive. Okay, so it's 0.10 more for the biscuit. It would have been nice if I had... it would have been nice if I had some kind of... specialized good to trade. Okay, so there's no way I'm doing 20. So if I trade a bunch of meat, what does 10 get me? Yes, I mean the real risk that I'm running here with the biscuits is between the harpies and the beavers not being able to satisfy it long enough for the event, and we do have the storm coming up, but I'm just going to do kind of a Hail Mary on this and see if we can make it work. Is there, see if we can get something inexpensive. Like a vegetable. Okay, so now that we've got, we'll wait till the biscuits have been satisfied. I want to see this number tick up first. It's not good that the harpies got it first. Okay, there we go. So what we're going to do now is we'll do lighter treatment. Okay, so we've got 1 minute and the storm doesn't arrive. Okay, we're good. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that for the harpy resolve as well. And that's just because we can't build the harpy shelters. But this is definitely not a bad place to be. So far as satisfying demands goes. Okay, that's a load off my mind. So what the ideal, of course, would be, now that the harpies have been satisfied, we need 16 harpy resolve. If we had fabric, we could build the harpy house. But we don't, so we can't. We don't really have a source for... We don't have, like, the raw goods for the fabric, but we can hope that we get it in the future. Okay, I mean, we're not in... Oop. Stop the favoritism. Oh, man. Let's try it. How long do I need to keep him happy? Oh, thank God, we can pull it off. That's the best trade I've ever done. So again, we're playing favorites. We only need 20 seconds of the additional Harpies resolve, and the storm doesn't arrive for a minute, so we're going to be able to deliver on yet another objective. Okay, and to favoritism, I feel like we have to go lumber mill at this point, even though a cellar might be nice. Well, I guess we don't need the beaver resolve anymore. So yeah, lumber mill is the done thing. So lumber mill requires fabric, which we do. Hang on. So I did have fabric. So I'll just tuck the lumber mill off into the corner there. It wouldn't hurt, actually. Let's maybe keep the... We'll keep the Harpies as a favorite, and this is just because their ticking resolve is actually going to help me out with the reputation. Another thing I'll want to do is build a provisioner. That's just in hopes of getting the 3 packs taken care of. Sorry, makeshift post. Maybe we'll build that. That's not great, but I can move it later, I guess. We'll see what happens to the attitudes, as long as people... Yeah, so people aren't going to the negative numbers, so that still works for us. Okay, Trapper's Camp is exhausted. So we'll take care of the more remote location first. Okay, we also had another nice milestone, which is the woodcutter's camp has basically cleared out everything that we need for the ancient hearth. There's like a couple of areas that aren't quite touched, but I think what we're going to do now is we're going to start working on those dangerous glades. So I'll move the woodcutter camp, and we're going to head straight. We're just going to go straight for the dangerous glade. It's worth remembering here, one of the reasons why I'm quite insistent on achieving some of these... the reason why I'm insistent on like achieving a lot of these goals nice and early is the... this is the one that's supposed to get me the gears. This is one of these ones where I really don't want to throw away a potential win, given that I could potentially get something very valuable for the smoldering city. I'm not sure if we need the blight post quite at this moment. but probably better to build it now. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at where we're at. So I feel using the grain probably makes the most sense for the pack of crops. For the pack of it was crops, provisions, and building materials. We should say 3. So meat is most plentiful. It's also the thing that we have easy access for. So again, that's 3. Building materials, we really don't have any options but the wood. So 4. So this is kind of a nice to have. We'll build this when we can. But right now, we really don't have the free... Actually, the one thing I can do is I'll put the harpy to work, because we don't have to build... Oh, sorry, that's not true. Okay, so let's see what the consequence was here. In 10 minutes, a thick spreading cloud of miasma. It kills every living being within a radius of 20 fields. Minus 16 penalty to resolve. That's going to be very hard to deal with. And the crown doesn't like you tinkering with ancient relics, and patience grows 150% faster. That is a really tough one to deal with. We have to wait for the storm to finish, but fortunately that's done in 7 seconds. We'll clear out 2 of the harpies. Might have to clear out a 3rd, to be honest. Because I need a builder as well. Okay. So we have enough. I'll cancel the favorite. Nope, I have to maintain the favoritism. I suppose the good news is that we don't need to give up anything for it. But yeah, we definitely need 3.5 minutes to... more beavers will help us with the wood cutting. And houses room for more and more villager. Economic migration. We don't have other settlements, so this doesn't help. A standardized set of rules. Every 5 villages with a need for education fulfilled will increase. Okay, this would be nice, but crowded houses is actually what I really need right now. That actually got rid of all of the... That got rid of all of the demand for housing. Okay, so we'll chuck a couple beavers in the lumber mill. I guess we can also make a path. That'll probably come back to bite me later, but... We've got 28 fabric. I am wondering if it may not be a good idea. I think I should actually build a bunch of harpy houses. So there's 3, so we need 4 of these. Yeah, we need 4 of these. Wait. We get humans working where they're ideal. Defaults where I want it to be. point, so they get unhappy if I... Interesting, so if I give them the wrong kind of job, that makes them sad. That's good to know, actually. So again, we're waiting for this to finish, 2.5 minutes, and then we're going to go back to playing favorites so that we can boost their morale. The reason we're boosting the morale is just so I can get the advantage of the ticking morale from the biscuits. They're not going to last that much longer, so the window may have already closed for it, but we'll do the best with what we've got. And we've got another trader. So we're in a similar... We've got kind of a similar decision to make, right? We have stuff we can trade. There is something of a question... Like, so what's the best thing for me to get? Like, load up on as many tools as I can. Now, one option I do have is to, like, trade a lot of wood. But that's not quite gonna cut... Like, I am still gonna need to, like, put something in the fire. Trying to remember what wildfire essence does. I guess we use that to... Yeah, right. That's also a source of flame, so we can't really do that. I mean, we could try and sell meat again. We did like half our meat, half our wood. I mean, that's getting darn close. I'm not crazy about selling this much fabric, but we do also have the weaver now. Maybe we roll back a bit on that. Sell a bit more wood. Like, it's a dangerous game I'm playing doing this, but... This is going to have the very practical implication of... So we got 23 and 12. So right now we can satisfy all of the different... Right now we can satisfy all of these quests. Sorry, we can't satisfy all of them. We're one short on the other abandoned cache. But still, that's something for sending to the Citadel, so... That also gets us amber. Okay, and we have room for another field, so that'll help us out with grain when the time comes. I didn't mean to put you there. This is going to take some effort to properly clear out, but... Okay, this is actually looking not bad. If we could have been finished this just a little bit sooner, I could have bought the remaining tool that I... Or no, sorry, they were out of tools, so... Unfortunately, we're out of biscuits, so I think the period of harpy happiness is over. Maybe it'll come back with the, It'll come back with the harpy houses. I do, however, have room for the weaver and the clothier. We'll need planks, but we can get that. Oh, God, we've got room for another farm as well, so let's take care of that first. Okay, so that's ready to go. Okay, so if I play favorites, that's still going to push them over the edge. I need ancient tablets still. The leisure is the highest priority among two of my groups. Well, no, apparently brawling also gets satisfied, but education will keep the harpies happy. Okay, I'm actually going to try the temple. Well, yeah, actually this does religion, which I think the humans like as well. Okay, yeah, so I think the temple's the better option, especially because we're trying to keep the harpies happy. Now, there are going to be necessary inputs, but we can work on those. I believe this needs to be within the fire. I think we need to find a source of bricks. Yeah, so this is a nice place to be right now. We're not losing anyone by giving lighter treatment to the harpies, but it does mean we're going to be getting this ticking resolve over a period of time, which makes me pretty happy. So I guess the next question is, what's the next dangerous glade that we go for? Because it's obvious that these woodcutters aren't really contributing anything right now. I mean, it's nice that we're clearing out this sort of industrial area. Maybe we go for this dangerous glade over here. And these are the beaver. This is the beaver brew, so they work pretty quick. I have a small temptation to take care of this abandoned cache. Ooh, we've got a lot of free harpies right now. Yeah, let's say this gets me amber, which I can use to... I can use amber to buy new tools in the future. Now, I believe we lose happiness if I... No, I guess they're fine. If this number goes too low, I'll make them abandon the meat collecting, but for now they're not complaining. This is all kind of preparation. We'll at least say don't build vegetables there. It's probably wasteful to do, to be honest, but then there is the weaver. If I recall, harpies are actually pretty good at weaving. New orders. Have at least 20 aesthetics decorations. That's hard to do, but not impossible. To be honest, the provisions one is not that hard either. I should probably just assign someone to it now to be... We'll still get somebody, you know, doing the building, but... So I think it's fair to say we can count on 2 of these being satisfied for sure. We have a good shot at 3. Yeah, that's still a long road ahead of us, though. But then again, this is why we're favoriting the RVs. Okay, so The hostility drove the numbers down. Which I think means that we're going to lose the resolve. Yeah. So we'll stop playing favorites until we can improve their morale. The rain mill's pretty tempting for the flour. If we can get some more humans, that would be ideal, because we're feeling kind of short on feeling kind of short on the, you know what, I think if we favor it again, we don't have that much time because of the rain, but every second of high resolve we can use, the better we are. So yeah, we get 0.14 per minute. So once the, yeah, so blue's gone. Now, I do want to keep an eye on, okay, so we're already past blight infection, so we're now going to assign some harpies to the blight post. I do need to be careful in terms of how much wood I'm giving up. So right now we're going to go for 4. That's almost half of my stockpile. Keeping in mind, of course, that we are still also operating the lumber mill. This was, of course, the consequence of me trading away so many of my logs. But you do what you can, right? You don't always get to pick what you have on hand to trade. In future, we have a bunch of ambers, so that's going to be a bit easier for conducting trade. I think we'll also have some immigrants, so I'm probably going to need to build some shelters next. We're definitely short on workers. The good news is we will be able to, once we're done building with the makeshift post, that's going to be a big one for me. I don't know if we want to work on the coal mine. Oh, and this woodcutter's camp isn't really doing anything for me right now. Okay, let's make some decisions. Trade logs. Detailed notes on different traders and their wares. Gain 1 additional active trade route slot. Again, we can't really do trade. Fiber delivery line. 3 plant fiber per minute. That's going to be great for my weaver. And then 50 amount to goods produced in the small farm. Also very tempting, but we are actually going to be able to build a lot of small farms. So in this case, we're going to do the fiber delivery line. Now, right now, we're going to be at 9 resolve for the harpies, which is not enough for the lighter treatment. If we can find a way to make them happier, I will, I'll find another task for them to do. But right now, we need to... Okay. That's fine. We knew this was going to happen. Do this spot. Now, as far as the woodcutter is concerned, I guess we'll work on this dangerous glade here. Well, we could also try Forbidden Glade. And immigration, I think... I did say I wanted more humans. Okay. So we'll get them started on this farm. I could, of course, split them over the 2 farms. Maybe that's... might actually be the better call. Beaver-wise, we'll employ them... Oh, did I not get more beavers? Harpies. Okay, well, that's fine, because we can get them to work in the makeshift post, the blight post, foragers camp. And now that we're at... Oh, sorry, 9 doesn't take me up to 16, so... I am guessing, though, we probably don't have... Yeah, I'm going to need one more harpy home. Which means, of course, we want people working in the weaver and the clothier. So maybe what we do, let's say axe 1 from the foragers camp, axe 1 from the trappers camp. Put you to work at the weaver. Get rid of the training gear and the trade goods. I'm a little surprised that the makeshift post hasn't produced its good... Well, it's slowly working on it, so that's not too bad. So yeah, if we can find a way to make the harpies happy again, we'll hit them with the lighter treatment, but until that happens, there's no point in pursuing it. Okay, Old Farleaf. Okay, so first thing I want to do, I think we're going to spend all of the amber that we have, but I want to be careful about how I do that. So first things first, we have 3, so we need 9. Okay, right now we just need 9 tools. That feels a bit low. But I can also, like, I can buy biscuits, jerky... Actually, skewers are best because only harpies eat those. Okay, so if I wanted 30... Yeah, there's no way we can afford that. Although we could give up the copper bar. Okay, so let's experiment for a minute. Interesting. We could actually pull that off. I'm gonna hold back on some of my amber then. Amber gives me options. Can't give up the copper bars. Yeah, okay, that's as good as we're gonna get. So unless I can find something that's worth 0.1. Spark do. We don't use pig... Well, okay, we don't use pigment right now, but we might in future. Yeah, I'm gonna go for this, I think. So again, the big reasoning here is simple tools give me access to more resolve. Am I giving up the reeds, actually? That's the best I can manage. So, I guess I'll only have one harpy working on the abandoned cache. Could be worse. I feel like I should have a builder. Yeah, let's maybe move someone from the blight post. And right now we've got 5 fuel reserve. I think we're going to leave that be for now. It's a bit of a shame we couldn't make the skewers, but now we should... I think I'm already working on the rain mill, correct? Yes. I should also build a cookhouse. A tight fit. I think I'm going to have to build that elsewhere. We don't really have the people for it anyway, so I'm going to leave that be for now, but maybe we'll move one of the... We'll move one of the woodcutters. A bit of a race going on to see who will unlock the first terrible place. I kind of prefer the Forbidden Glade, to be honest. Oh, 3 packs is done, so we will move people out of the post. We're probably going to have somebody working on the... Yeah, I think we're just going to leave that medium abandoned cache on its own. Because we're probably going to need the 2 bodies for whichever of these gets knocked down first. Do I not have beavers to work on this? I went for the harpies for some reason. I'm sure there was a reason I went for the harpies. I just don't remember what it was. Okay, so we need to cancel these. We'll get them to basically basically get them to cut everything but. Might free up some space for the cookhouse, you never know. But what are we up against here? So we'll get an alchemist hut. Well, we could just replace it. It's mildly tempting to do so, actually, but the fact that we get cosmetics might be able to help us with cleanliness. So, Fishman rituals. Heavy clouds are gathering around the sacrifice totem. The storm's duration is increased by 100%, while drizzle and clearance seasons are decreased by 50, and cleanup duty 1 impatience point after 10. Okay, not a good place to be. We could give up tools. I'm going to give up planks. Now, we don't have everything that we need. Fishmen hate fire and will do everything in their power to extinguish every last flame in the world. Blocks the ability to sacrifice goods in the hearth. We don't actually normally do that, so... okay, so Totem of Denial, cleansed by the Holy Flame, grants global resolve bonus. I mean, it's tempting to salvage, but I think we will convert. So we can afford to investigate this right away. Although the stuff that I'm building, I want to make sure that our planks are going towards... the objective. Oh no! Oh Christ. Okay, we don't have enough incense, so in this case we are going to have to give up the tools. Now, this is actually a fairly important decision to make here. I could send to the Citadel if I think I have a reliable source of ancient tablets. Now, that's a big if. I think it's probably better for me to keep the goods, even though I am giving up a resolve. Unfortunately, I am giving up tools. But again, like, I just don't have any other options. And we have to stop wood cutting, so... Which is gonna suck, to be honest. So it occurs to me now there's an option to avoid glades. I didn't take it, so That's life. I do not want to be giving up wood. Although we may be able to play favorites. So this goes up to 11. Oh no, the threshold? Okay, let's see if we can pull this off. Okay, they're close. So once they drop off the next batch, they'll be going to the Totem of Denial. Okay, yeah, so we are getting some ticking. The kiln is kind of tempting. It also lets us make jerky. We can also get a free reroll. I'm gonna risk a reroll. I feel like the scribe actually does some good things for us. Okay, so the planks are on their way. Unfortunately, it's just 2, so we still... Oh, nope, they're bringing 3. So, that now means... Okay, yeah, they're already working on that. Once we've got... Well, actually, we're not producing bricks, so that will be a problem eventually. We don't have the tools. Or do we? No, we've only got 11. That's a shame, actually. So there's 2 reputation just sitting right there. Mind you, we are getting our ticking reputation, so that's a bonus. Yeah, so I think we're really waiting on the next trader so that we can... We're waiting on the next trader so that we can try and get some tools and clear out what we've found. We also have a freebie glade here. We'll probably go to some more dangerous glades before too long. And at some point I'm going to need to decide how I want to handle the rain mill. Beavers are good at that, but they're also good at cutting things. Okay, and the standards of the harpies went too high, so we're going to stop playing favorites. Again, we did an okay job. So if we take a look at what we've got on the board here, we've got 0.75. Okay, low on fuel is a bit scary. I mean, it's not entirely surprising given the fact that we've been chopping, we've been working the lumber mill. It may be, let me just take a second here. So I guess we don't really have a mine. Oh no, we do. We don't have the bricks though. Yeah, it's going to get a little weird for the next little while, but we'll be able to chop trees again in 14 seconds. It's tempting to hit lighter... oh no, hang on. They've moved up to 17 for the reputation threshold. So we should be able to bring the beavers back to work. I think while the storm is going, let's just clear out things in the immediate area. We definitely got caught sort of flat-footed as far as the... And do I really need a builder right now? I kinda do. So what I'll do is I'll take one of the beavers out and put him in. Obviously, we'll get some people freed up once the objects have been moved. We'll get the ancient tablet, so that's going to be another one we can turn in. And final orders. So they want 2 ancient tablets, dangerous glade, and cut through the forest to discover 3. That is very easy for us to achieve. Technically, this is easy for us to achieve as well. This is something I know we can do. And 4 dangerous or forbidden glades and complete 3 glade events. So, I mean, we're kind of going all in with playing with fire. So, just taking stock of what we've got. Okay, so the things that I know we can achieve: archaeology, master of exploration, and playing with fire. So that's 1, 2, 3 more. And with tools, we complete the large abandoned caches. So we know exactly what we want to achieve. I mean, obviously, number 1, we don't want anybody to leave. That goes without saying. But number 2, we want to basically just crash through, take any of the glades that we can find, and then finally buy up as many tools as we can. But that's sort of a second order problem. But before we do anything, we are going to be working on our woodcutters camp. Hoping the storm doesn't last long enough to lose the harpies. This is one of the reasons why I didn't go for the 18 harpies thing. It is, there's always that danger that you're going to lose your population, even if it seems like things are going well. Yeah, next trader that arrives, we should have a clearer idea of how close we are to winning. There's a couple of things I can do as well. So again, if I have not yet built the cookhouse, which may give me access to things like jerky and skewers. So there may be some options here that give us what we need with the harpies. But for now, they're going to go back to chopping wood. The biggest thing about chopping the wood is just so that I can get the my fuel up. The coal will be nice, but we don't have bricks yet. I guess I should put down the kiln. There's a lot of things that I need. This counts as a decoration, so I guess we should move this. Okay. I would have preferred more, but it's a start. I definitely don't want to sell Well, we can probably sell a pack of crops now that I think of it. Okay, before we do anything, every 3 burnt blight root cysts lowers hostility by 10 while the hearth is corrupted. You're unable to sacrifice resources. That's not a bad... Yeah, Baptism of Fire is definitely where we're going with that. Let's turn in archaeology. Okay, I gotta be clear on exactly what I can build right now. So, Cookhouse produces skewers and biscuits, but not jerky. So the kiln is tempting because of the bricks. The smokehouse is more tempting because of the jerky. The jerky gets me ticking resolve. So I think we go smokehouse here. Unless I can make it to 3 more glades before this trader's gone. This is what we've got to work with. So, first things first, 10 simple tools. Can't trade the tablets. Probably want to hang on to the herbs. So we'll definitely sell a pack of crops. We know we're not going to need that. Flour is a little tempting. We need leather? I don't think we do. Okay. Let's... Okay, so I've got at least enough for the 2 here. Let's also think... Okay, so... I gotta think about what I can build. Because obviously I'm leaving a lot of really good stuff on the table. In fact... I really have not done a good job of clearing out space. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll turn this into a new construction area. It's going to take a long time for people to get there, which I'm not happy about. But I'll learn to live with it. Have I built the cookhouse yet? Weaver, rain mill. I built 2 weavers. That's unforgivable. I thought it was a clothier. Such an idiot. And I don't get the resources back, unfortunately. So which one has more corruption? This one. Okay, so there's a smokehouse, cookhouse next. And this is what I get for not clearing out this food. I'm actually going to move the foragers camp. But the trappers camp should be free. Immigration time. Okay. More tools sounds good. Although more harpies may also be good. I think we'll go for tools just to be safe. Okay, so we've got beavers in the lumber mill. We've got beavers in the woodcutter camp. Let's replace the harpies that are not currently doing tasks that they need to. Let's get... Okay, so one thing that's weird about the small farm here right now is that, like, I'm making a lot of grain, but we don't really need grain to be worked at the moment. So maybe we focus on flour with the added humans. We won't worry about scrolls or building materials. I think it's time that we work on some more dangerous glades. This is the most obvious candidate. I don't mind these guys kind of clearing out some more area, so we'll do that. I don't exactly want to do another race to... I don't want to do like another race to something dangerous. And because I've got so many harpies for builders, we'll get them to commit to another send to the Citadel. This is so tempting to keep the goods, but again, we win with reputation. Can I buy bricks? Yes, I can. Okay, so the next question is, so I need 4, 8, 12. Again, a little bit of a dangerous game here, but we've got so much grain. Almost, but no. I may be able to sell parts at this point, but I really don't want to risk that. So this will let the builders do its thing. We're probably going to have to reallocate a bunch of, we'll reallocate a bunch of people once all of the different buildings are built. We clearly do not have the... We clearly don't have the manpower to be able to sort of staff everything. But we can make some... We can sort of make some decisions once the... once everything's built and once we sort of see where our... Once we sort of see where our ticking resolve is going to come from. Because part of it's just making sure that I have enough... one is to make sure that I have... that I'm satisfying the needs, but the second thing is to make sure that I can sustain it long enough. So jerky I probably can do, skewers I can probably do, but if I make them all during a storm, and they eat them all during the storm, I might as well have not made it. For the simple reason that they, their happiness is going to be depressed, particularly now that we're at Hostility 3. I mean, the good news is we are getting some more rare items, but still. Okay, we don't have scrolls, which is a problem. We might be able to buy them in future. We do have a bit of incense, which is good for religion, but we wanted the education. Then again, if I'm not mistaken, the scribe helps with that. Well, we'll wait till they clear out the dash. The other option that we have too, so once we clear these two caches, we could also go heavy on the aesthetics. I mean, when I'm talking heavy on the aesthetics, we're talking really heavy on the aesthetics. Which one is it? Harmony. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, we can also build the fire shrines. Yeah, like signboard, like we need 20 of these things. But it's, you know, it is within my power. I'm tempted to move this down to this small glade, actually. There's two little ones. Yeah, we'll see where we're at. So beavers are the ideal for the mine. What does our... Okay, we're doing okay for planks, so I think I'm actually going to take the beavers out of the mine, and I'm going to put them... Or sorry, out of the lumber mill, and I'm going to put them in the mine for now. Okay, we've got some amber coming too, so that's going to help us with future trade. Let's hold back on this, actually. So we'll ditch the... Okay, incense is kind of well, okay. Let's focus on what we need. The humans are going to eat the jerky, too. We can combine meat and wood. Fair enough. Okay. So we are going to wait until... No, we can actually afford to do this now. I'd feel a little more comfortable if we had more meat, to be honest. Go for the bakery. We don't really need the coats now. I'm gonna move one person out of the blight post now, I think. Alright. What are we up against here? Ah, well, there's another abandoned cache. Fallen Harpy Scientists. So spawns at least 2 pieces of living matter, and seeing their fallen kin has taken its toll on the villages. Minus 10 Harpy resolve. Eek. Unfortunately, we cannot wait. Good news is we can send it to the Citadel. Or I can keep the goods for 6. That doesn't push me over the edge, so it is better to send to the Citadel. So this is going to hit us hard, because it's 3:30 and we're going to start the storm soon. I may have to favorite the Harpies. But again, it helps us with the Queen's Grace, right? So, in that spirit, we're going to move the woodcutter's camp and get the easy blade. Okay, and an unexpected trader. So I can satisfy religion with the incense. Okay, we should probably get the scrolls. Now the catch here... Interesting. The reason I'm going for these scrolls is to satisfy the education need for the harpies. Again, my preference would be to buy simple tools, but we don't have that option, so we go for our next best. I'm a little mad we can't sell some of the other stuff. Actually, the harpies don't need religion. But then again, the incense isn't going to get me anything. So do I have something worth 0.1? Nope. So the temple can now be used for... Okay, now Clothier seemed like a good idea at the time, but it's not like... Sure, it's a nice to have, but the coats aren't going to get me anything that I need from the people who are going to give me what... Like, what I need is not satisfied by the coats right now. Ah! I was not expecting low on food. Okay, that is a worry. And this trader is not trading food. So that we need that bakery up and running like immediately. And I don't have planks? Of course I have planks. Okay. Yeah, this is actually going to get really, really scary in a little bit. Wait a minute. Okay, so hang on. I had somebody that was getting meat. What happened to them? This is Woodcutter's Camp mine. Did I accidentally destroy it? No, they're okay. Clearly we need more people harvesting. I should potentially maybe even build a second one given that we are so reliant on meat. Of all the things to potentially do me in, I was not expecting How you doing, Index Gnome? I might have caused a problem here, so let's clear some of this out. So yeah, there are a couple of things that are going to work in my favor here, but this is a very, very dicey situation that I'm in. Okay, so skewers, biscuits, all this stuff is good. Okay, so next round we're getting somebody working on vegetables. In fact, given our grain stores, I think we can afford to specialize in vegetables for the rest of the session. I really hope I haven't screwed myself tonight. Oh good, we got rid of the... Okay, so just remembering the plan, I need 2.5 more points. I get 1 by exploring 2 more glades, and it does not matter what kind of glade it is. It can be this one and this one. And then I get 1 more point by either adding 11 more harmony, 20 aesthetics, or completing 3 dangerous glades. 2 dangerous glades once I finish the Fallen Harpy Scientists. So, as long as I don't let it completely fall apart on me, I'll be okay. It's the Harpy situation that's making me a bit nervous. So in 40 seconds, we'll be free of the curse. Okay, they're -3 now. There is a small temptation to do lighter treatment, and then that's going to push the humans and the beavers into a depression. Okay, we know we're going to lose 1 no matter what. Okay, so we're up to 11 now. If we can supply them with biscuits, we're laughing. Oh, they're up to 17 now. So, this is where we hit favoritism, and we get that ticking resolve. And at that point, we don't even really care about the rest of the events. Okay, gain 1 villager every time you discover a new glade. +2 to leather production, or +3 clay per minute. I think I'm actually going to go for the extra villagers just because that'll help me with my overall production. I'm also going to move the woodcutter's camp off to the side here, and this is because I want to unlock these glades as quickly as possible. We will do a dangerous glade when we can, but again, the ticking resolve from the harpies is going to be a huge benefit. We've also got jerky coming online soon. Tools. 2 tools doesn't make the difference. Humans help me. Okay. This gives me what I need. Yeah, this is so... I feel so bad doing this, but this is the right call. Okay, so... I don't think I really need coal right now. We can use berries instead of vegetables to make the skewers. We're out of herbs. Well, we can use berries, but the biscuits get shared with the beavers, so maybe we don't worry about that for now. So if we had an herbalist camp, we could work with that, but we don't, so let's not pretend that we can even work that. Clothier doesn't help the... So again, we're going all in on the harpies right now, so I basically need to think about how I can satisfy their needs. So meat for jerky's good. Berries for skewers are good. Herbs for biscuits is okay. But that's... Actually, you know what? That's still satisfying more than 1 need. I'm gonna rip through these pretty quick, but... I'm hoping it pays off. So I suppose the next question is, of the tasks that I want people working on, we can make flour with grain, but we don't have the intermediate ingredients that we need for the flour. But with this herb node, there's the chance of... That's exactly what we needed. Okay. Okay, beavers everywhere. Let's get them back on wood cutting. We will still get one. Okay, we've already got someone working a mine, so we will get one back on the lumber mill. Skewers are better for... I thought we had another farm somewhere. So 7. There's more tiles being worked there. And we still have someone for building. Okay, cool. And again, we get the ticking result. So again, my hope here is that Master of Exploration pushes us over the edge, or maybe we do one of the dangerous glades. But being able to get that ticking resolve helps as well. Even if it means, like, in the end, we... so in a minute 13, we've got a trader who I'm pretty sure is going to be able to give us tools. I'm a bit worried about the food situation, but I think, again, we're going to be able to... I think we're going to be able to see it through. I'll probably have to pull some of them back for the herbalist camp. I also probably have harpies living in... Yeah, so if I can build another specialized harpy house, that's probably going to help the mood as well. Mind you, 22 is not bad, so in terms of ticking up, we're getting a quarter of a point, a little over a quarter of a point per minute. Oh, they're doing grain, damn it. Probably should have more than one builder working on this, but priorities are everywhere. And we're now up to 0.31 a minute. Okay, here we go. So yes, we can get a bunch of tools. That's the first priority. Let's also go for as much food as we can. There's no way we're going to be able to afford all of this, but okay. So 84 amber. I can actually afford to give away 1 ancient tablet. So we're up to 92. We don't need that much in terms of fabric. Holy smokes. I feel like I just got away with murder. This is more for curiosity than anything. Okay, I have to. I mean, especially because it is food, right? So that there is a bit of a strategy behind this, in addition to just being completely reckless with the playthrough. Actually, better still, what if I did this with flour? That should take care of the food problems. Oh yeah, and of course we've got events. So got 18 tools. I think that's the best. Yeah, there's no big one to deal with. You've been looking at a different game by the same publisher. Out of curiosity, what I know Hooded Horse has kind of been killing it in terms of just interesting games overall. I know most of the stuff that they, I think on the Steam sale, I think a bunch of them are now like 20% off. But I'm curious, what caught your fancy, Index Gnome? Clanfolk. Okay, I actually have that. I guess the big question I would ask, and I'm sure you already know, like, do you like RimWorld? That's probably the biggest deciding factor for most people, I feel. You do? Okay. The only thing that I would say about Clanfolk is it does feel... Okay, so one of the things to say is I have yet to kind of join the ranks of people who are like really into RimWorld. I have spent some time with it, and I have enjoyed the time that I spend with it. But I need to... I kind of need to... I sort of need to like... I kind of need to find my sea legs to hit the level of fanaticism that people kind of seem to have for those games. The only thing I will say for Clanfolk is that it does... I believe it's early access, and the first time I played it, which admittedly was when it was just released, it definitely did feel like it was still an early access game. So I do feel a bit bad because they, obviously they did give me the key for promotional purposes. I would say that I definitely, I think I do think it has quite a few things going for it. But I would also say, if you are looking for an excuse to, hold off, it kind of depends how much enjoyment you get about seeing a game like that develop. Because I know that was a big thing about RimWorld for people, was the ability to sort of enjoy the experience of the game's development. Okay, we're going to do Master of Exploration and lock in our win. And we just got level 7, so I've got all my work ahead of me to try and figure out what upgrades I want. But yeah, I mean, this is a good example. I realized that quite a few people sort of dropped off partway through, so I suspect there was a little bit of a changing of the guard in terms of the audience. But this was a pretty decent example where I was a bit worried about the state of the playthrough. It wasn't guaranteed that I was going to win, but this was definitely a lot more of a confident win than the last one. The last one was a bit of a mess, to be honest. But I'm glad. I actually was supposed to be done about an hour ago, but it's a bit of a statement in terms of how enjoyable Against the Storm is. Although, of course, as the conversation with Index Gnome indicates, I was given a key for promotional purposes, so I do legitimately enjoy this, but keep that in mind if you're making a buying decision. I also believe this is on getting a discount, so I can look that up on Steam in a little bit. But settlement complete. The village's position has been secured. You can now choose to leave or continue to play on this map, but any additional deeds won't be completed, and you will not earn any more experience points or Citadel resources. So we got a win. That was the most important part. 150 points there. 14 reputation gives us 420 points. 11 impatience left. So because there was such a low impatience, this was a bigger win than normal. 7 orders completed. 6 regular events completed. 3 dangerous events completed. 1 forbidden. Kind soul, so didn't lose anybody, and just in time finished before year 8. No strangers. Win a game without completing any camp events. And corrosive torrent. Win a game near the corrosive torrent modifier. So back to the world map with us. And we'll go to the Smoldering City before wrapping up for tonight. And what are we looking at here? So, resource nodes get a permanent +1 to available charges. Oh wow, we've got a lot of food. I mean, it is nice to have the automatic resolve. We're basically saying we're not doing any of these other upgrades, but I feel like being able to get the extra resolve from building dedicated housing feels like a nice bonus to walk away with. So after the next one, bonus yields, burning duration, reduction in I mean, Obsidian Archive feels like a good one because of the. It's not just the reduction on the Queen's Impatience, but the fact that we get the Citadel. Like, this gives the bonus to the Citadel resources. Oh, we can actually go for Pioneer's Gate, so. I mean, the increase to walking speed's not bad. I think we are going to go for this. I did also potentially have the option to go for Brass Forge. But honestly, I don't do the hub upgrades as much as I should probably. So yeah, I think being able to... I think next one we'll do is the Obsidian Archive. We're more or less, as long... I think even if we lose, we'll actually get enough food to get the Obsidian Archive level 6. And it's more about the 10% bonus to the Citadel resources more than anything else. But we can work on that. What has been my favorite game this year? Man, I gotta think about what was released this year. So let me just take a second here. This is the end of the stream. I will find somebody to host, so I'd love it if you'd stick around. But let's do a quick little bit of recap for the year. Yeah, so I mean, if I win at 63, but I think we'll even get... I think we'll even walk away with... I think we'll even walk away with 30 if we fail. Marshlands have not been kind to me historically, so that is a real possibility. But I don't know. We'll see as time goes by. But like I said, we're done with Against the Storm today. Now, I am gonna save and quit. There's a couple things that I want to check anyway, so let's. I'm also trying the Twitch broadcaster, so I'm curious if it's just going to throw up my my Steam library as soon as I switch to that. The first thing I wanted to do was just say, so Against the Storm is currently has over 1,000 people watching it on Steam. This, by the way, is also an early access game, so it is currently 20% off. The sale will end January the 5th. I'm Canadian, so $19.99. You can get it for $20. It is also worth mentioning, this may be of interest to you as well, Index Gnome. I noticed that there is a bundle, so the Hooded Horse City Survivor Builder, which will give you both Against the Storm and Clan Folk. I don't know if it gives you an additional discount on top of the two, but both games are 20% off. I actually just noticed, apparently Clan Folk has a demo as well, so you might actually be able to make a decision for yourself there as well. Okay, but let me just take a quick look at what was released this year, because I'm having trouble remembering. I think I'm just going to go to Metacritic so I can see a list. Okay, still haven't played Elden Ring or Dwarf Fortress or the new Stanley Parable. There's so many good games that came out that I haven't touched. I haven't played Vampire Survivors. I did play Warhammer 3. I don't know if I'd count Warhammer 3 as like my 2022 favorite. I really like 2 Point Campus, but I don't know if I'd count that as my representative 2022 game. Oh, you know what? I actually really like Not for Broadcast. Which seems like a weird... That seems like a weird Game of the Year choice, but actually I remember, like, especially because I got a heart rate notification. What else came out? Industries of Titan was last year, so that doesn't count. Most of the stuff I played actually was released 2021, so I'm only going to give kind of boring answers to this, I feel. Actually, no, that's not entirely true. Against the Storm's really good. I quite like this game. That was released. Oh, Terra Invicta as well. So okay, I do feel a little bad because of the key thing, right? Like I'm mentioning all Hooded Horse games, but actually, I mean, Hooded Horse really came storming out the gate this year. So, I wish I liked Darktide. I've been playing a bit more Darktide, but I noticed the more I play it, the more I wind up in random groups that just absolutely do not have any sense of survival or teamwork, and it's actually becoming a real drag to play that game. Oh yeah, actually, now that I think of it, Not for Broadcast was also released before 2022. It got its 1.0. So if I'm including, if I'm including early access stuff, I'd definitely say Terra Invicta or Against the Storm. And if I'm talking about stuff that got a full release, probably 2 Point Campus and Not for Broadcast. I'd say probably 2 Point Campus has the longer, like the most replayability. I really liked Not for Broadcast, but I sort of feel like even though there's different paths that the story can go through, I haven't quite felt compelled to play it all the way to the end. Yeah, I mean, Hooded Horse first came on my radar because of Terra Invicta. I found out once I knew that they were the ones publishing Terra Invicta. But the fact that they wound up publishing Old World, and then when you look at the catalog, the one by far that I'm most interested in that they're going to be releasing is Espiocracy. I'm really interested in seeing what that game produces. But yeah, I mean, it's really clear. Like, there are a couple publishers like this, but I think what's really interesting about Hooded Horse, especially just the fact that they kind of seemed to come out of nowhere. If I recall correctly, the lead, the founder, is formerly from McKinsey. But like, it's really clear that they've got this intense focus on like sort of strategy and RPG games, and that is like their thing, and just like everything they're putting out there is interesting. So there's like Manor Lords. I don't know that much about Fragile Existence. Against the Storm is great. Haven't looked that much into Capital Command. I'm really liking Terra Invicta. Haven't heard of Sons of Valhalla, actually. That's a new one for me. And they've apparently announced a few things. So Mars Tactics, Heart of the Machine, Sons of Valhalla are ones I'm not familiar with. Fata Diem seems interesting, so I think that's going to be a return to the God game. I also feel like this list is missing a few things. Because if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be doing Xenonauts 2. Which I don't see on this list. Yeah, Steam's filtering's going a bit weird. But it's been pretty clear. Yeah, actually, come to think of it, Espiocracy isn't on this list that I'm looking at, so... something tells me things are going a bit silly on... Oh no, here we go, featured. So Espiocracy, Fallen Frontier, Capital Command, Terra Invicta, The Way of Wrath. Okay, here's the list. Against the Storm, Terra Invicta, Nebulous Fleet, Nebulous Fleet Command, The Way of Wrath, Old World, Clan Folk, Sons of Valhalla. I think I said Old World already. Fata Diem. Oh, I didn't know Fata Diem has a demo. Alliance of Sacred Sons, Xenonauts 2, which also has a demo, Against the Storm. It's weird that the demo's coming back. I have some evidence that they actually don't work, but I'm going to trust the people who have access to even more data than I do. But anyways, sorry to make that fun little trip down the side. Oh, MechWarrior 5's got a good discount on it. It's half off. That's like 17 bucks Canadian. I quite like that one, but I think that was a 2001 release. Oh, sorry, 2021 release. Anyways, needless to say, Hooded Horse, I feel, had a very good year this year, and next year is looking even better, both through the sort of the full releases of some of its games, but also some of the things that I've been looking forward to ever since they added them to their catalog coming out. But I don't feel like I answered your question very well, Index Gnome. I'm just going to throw that up to me being tired and already being an hour over. I'll try to come up with a better one before 2023 begins. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I do need just one more second to take a look and see who is online to host. If I can, I'll toss it to another Hooded Horse streamer. So I've got one saying here, it says classic Anoa Gaming, but doesn't look like they're actually playing Against the Storm. And then we've got Build and Build, but it looks like it's a Korean streamer. Conans, thank you very much for watching. Have a good night. Okay, let me just take a quick look at this other one who's tagged up as among the storm, because the thumbnail might be misleading. Okay, nope, looks like they're on Against the Storm. It looks like they're just starting, actually. So we will be rating Anoa Ne, who I've noticed there's more and more of the animated avatars. So it's one of those, but still. Oh. As I always remind people, and I'm sorry to say this, I've not had the best luck hosting sort of unknown streamers. So, as always, I hope it's good. I hope you all enjoy more Against the Storm. I think this is a wonderful game, and I really want to continue to support it. But unfortunately, I have noticed a couple of times that sometimes when I host someone, it winds up being like someone who doesn't turn on their mic, or it sometimes winds up being someone saying really immature or offensive things. And I feel now I kind of need to, just sort of say the watch with discretion, and I apologize in advance if it doesn't turn out. But I'm hoping it's all good. Again, thank you for putting up with me. I'm also reasonably pleased. It seems like the stream didn't have any problems, at least any noticeable problems. So I'm going to shut up, though, and wish you all a good night. Have a good one. I will be back Monday with Terra Invicta. I guess that's Christmas. Oh, if it's Christmas, when is Christmas? I only have a few more seconds to say. Tomorrow is Christmas. I need to figure out what I'm doing. Okay, we'll be back Monday for Terra Invicta. Have a good evening, everyone. See you in the next one.